भूख लग रही है तू पता है नॉट नहीं बिजनेस। अरे यार वो स्वाद में रट होता है एंड में फोटो दिखाने जा रही होती है ना तो कुछ कुछ तो ना इससे बंदा जाएगा हम तो आने के बिना कैसे करेंगे। भूख लग रही है तू पता है नॉट नहीं बिजनेस। अरे यार वो स्वाद में रट होता है एंड में फोटो दिखाने जा रही होती है ना तो कुछ कुछ तो ना इससे बंदा जाएगा हम तो आने के बिना कैसे करेंगे। भूख लग रही है तू पता है नॉट नहीं बिजनेस। अरे यार वो स्वाद में रट होता है एंड में फोटो दिखाने जा रही होती है ना तो कुछ कुछ तो ना इससे बंदा जाएगा। पता तो जरूर लेते हो। आजा आजा आ रहे हैं बच्चे। पता तो जरूर लेते हो। आजा आजा आ रहे हैं बच्चे दिमाग में ये मुश्किल है। मैम अभी तो कुछ नहीं रखा हुआ वही फर्स्ट पैनल वालों के रखे रहे बैठे रहेंगे। पता तो जरूर लेते हो। आजा आजा आ रहे हैं बच्चे दिमाग में मैम अभी तो कुछ नहीं रखा हुआ वही फर्स्ट पैनल वालों के रखे रहे। मैम मैम बट वही
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A heartfelt welcome to Shaktirath 2024, celebrating the journey of women in business. I am Pragya Narayan Srivastava, and alongside me is the wonderful Parul Gangwar. We are honored to be your MCs for this empowering event.
Absolutely, Pragya. It's a pleasure to be here celebrating the strength, resilience, and success of women in leadership. As we embark on this enlightening journey, let's remember the powerful words of Maya Angelou. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I will rise.
Beautifully said, Parul. Now, let's dive into our first segment, a lamp lighting ceremony. To guide us through this ritual, we have our esteemed chairperson, Professor Rashmi Shukla. Ma'am, we invite you on stage for the Diya lighting ceremony, as well as the guests. Yes. Director sir, if you could join us. As we illuminate the lamp, let's remember the profound words Shubham Karoti Kalyanam, Arogyam Dhan Sampada, Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya, Deepa Jyoti Namostate.
Please.
Now, I would like to invite Professor Rashmi Shukla, Director Ram Kumar Kakani, and our chief guest, Ms. Anjani Madhvi, to please be seated on the stage. I would now like to take the pleasure of inviting Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson Placements, to deliver the inaugural note. Professor Rashmi is a faculty in the Economics and Public Policy area at IIM Raipur. She earned her PhD from the Indian Institute of Management, Indore, and specializes in economic growth and development, strategies of emerging economies, and digital economics, transformation of economy, business, and growth. I would now request ma'am to kindly address the audience.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and my dear students here. Thanks for coming back to back for one of the prestigious events of IIM Raipur, that is Shaktirath. So this is the second in line. We started last year, so this is the second time we are doing this, and it's our honor to have extremely brilliant women leaders from India with us. So again, namaskar to all of you, madams, for joining us. It's indeed our pleasure to have you people here. So this is a one-day event where we have invited 14 plus women leaders, top women leaders in India. And it's our honorable chief guest, Anjali madam. Thank you for joining us. Then Professor Ramkumar Kakani, Director, sir. Thank you for joining us in this event. We have Professor Kamal Kumar Jan, sir, also with us, our distinguished faculty and an eminent professor in OB and HR area. And over this entire day, we are going to listen especially about how we are going to shape India's future with the support of women leader. So my dear esteemed guests, just wanted to inform you about the diversity that we have in-house. So when we talk about our second year PGP students and first year PGP students, so we have an excellent gender diversity to talk about, and that's close to 60%. So it's so in the year where we are standing in 2024 in India. So last year we have Indian government of India has successfully passed women reservation bill with 33% women as a part of the leaders who are going to run one of the greatest nations on earth. It's something that has already begun with. And however, when we see where we stand in terms of gender equality, so still we are standing at a position of 127th among the countries, 146 countries. So this is a ranking that is every year being released by World Economic Forum. And it's sad to see that although we have been doing after post-independence, there have been series of special interventions done to how to bring women in the mainstream. And we have been successfully there. Still, there is something when we look at the Big Five consulting reports and we see there just to check that how many females are present in boardrooms, we still do not find a sufficient number to be present. So IIM Raipur has it's not just in a matter of a year or 2 years that we can see this diversity present. This is definitely, there is a very strong reason why not only students, but their parents also find it the right place to send their kids to IIM Raipur. So it's something that we are going to look forward over the years is to train both our boys and girls to be mature enough. We want to develop them consciously to understand that it's a matter of equity. It's a matter of equality, and it's a matter of equal opportunities for everyone to be there. When we talk about diversity, it's not simply in terms of gender. Yes, when we are celebrating International Women's Day, and this is, yes, yesterday we had a conference going on. So that's why we have deliberately scheduled it on 9th, and being weekend, again, from my heart, I'm thankful to you people to take out your precious time and join us on campus. But this is in line with celebrating the inclusion for not only in terms of gender, but also if you check this year's the International Women Day theme. So it's talking about inclusion from a holistic perspective. So who is responsible to take this leap forward? And one responsibility when we start from our birth is given to Mother Earth. It's given to our own mothers. And then it comes to the power of women who has this ability and capability to take these things forward. So with this thing in mind, and I'm 100% sure that my students are going to gain a lot, and they will also understand effectively when it comes to the role of business leaders and the participation and the kind of commitment and dedication that women leaders are bringing in boardrooms, how they are transforming and actually leading the positivity inside. So it's not simply a gender thing over there. So no one is going to ask a special seat for any individual. It's not for the special seat. It's for that. Yes, they are performing, and they have all the abilities to perform. It's a matter of equal opportunity, and thankful in the current context, our government and our corporates have realized the importance of having that right amount of diversity and inclusion, starting from shop floors to middle level to top management and directly to boardrooms. And when I'm talking about boardrooms, I'm also talking about the policymakers and the people who in parliament who are going to decide for the future of India. So taking those things in line, we declared the theme as shaping India's future, role of women leaders. So I won't take much of time on dais. It's time for us to start the inaugural ceremony. And thank you so much from my side. And we look forward to an excellent day. Thank you so much.
I would now like to take the privilege of introducing Professor Ram Kumar Kakani, Director, IIM Raipur. Professor Ram started his professional career as a technocrat in the corporate sector and moved towards the higher education world. You want to directly start? Okay. Thank you.
They would get bored of it because there's hardly anything to kind of talk about. Thank you. Namaskar and a warm welcome to each one of you, especially to Chairperson Professor Rashmi, Chief Guest Anjani Madam, guests and keynote speakers Aditi ji, Dhanya ji, and Dr. Surbi, and Janki Madam, and faculty colleagues, especially Professor Arunima, Professor Damini, and of course, our, I would say, kind of mentor, Professor Kamal Jain as well. And what I call as my semi-polished diamonds, because it's a work in progress, right? It's a big day for this institute and to celebrate its Women's Day. And we respect women in thoughts, words, and deeds. However, today my talk, a short talk, is largely focusing on one particular thing. As moral, you can say, standards move up, there is one particular thing which we could be aware of, we could kind of in some sense mute or arrest and ensure that the moral standards keep moving up. What I'm indirectly trying to say is Parda may have been okay about 300 years back in certain areas and contexts. Definitely, as our awareness, as everything else changes, you would agree that the what is okay, what is not okay as a social norm does change. And we can't keep saying that what was there as a standard 300 years back should remain there in future as well. In that sense, I would, of course, some of my friends might find it repetitive, but I would go back to one small thing which may become an hindrance for the future generations, especially women. And in that sense, I would love the board level representation and other things which Madam mentioned to move up. And what's that hindrance? That hindrance is very simple. In a context setting wherein average income levels are going up, in a context setting wherein families are becoming far, far more nuclear, in a context setting wherein agriculture incomes are going up, there are four social vices which essentially are very, very damaging, especially to women. I'm talking of alcoholism, gambling, substance abuse, and immoral trafficking out there, right? So, and these we coined a term known as cultural decadence. Now, the point is, you can always say, यार ये कहाँ से लेके आ गया ये topic और वापस वही चीज बोलने लग गया. So I'll tell you, last year, ma'am, we were actually showcasing a movie to some of our students. And then at the end of the movie, we said, how many of you have faced domestic violence at home? Or have seen domestic violence at home? Not faced, rather seen domestic violence at home. And I said, close your eyes and raise. About 90% of the folks raised their hand. When the question then came, how many of you feel that typically the victim was female? 80% raised hands for female, 85%. And just about 15% was the other side, that is male members in the family, let's say a father or someone else being the victim out there. And in that sense, what I'm trying to say is these aspects of cultural decadence, which result in these four social vices that are there, can debilitate states and nations altogether. Like half of one of the biggest countries today, wherein they are trying to legislate, is actually slowly, steadily, largely speaking, while they are changing norms and laws based on what possibly is a popular public opinion, but intellectual folks are moving out of exactly those states in that large country. Similarly, some of the states in India, I'm sure you are aware of, there are, you won't find a street wherein some of these things are not there. Unfortunate, but it's a fact. So my point is, each of the member here, I request you to please take a vow that you will find ways and means to arrest these things. Now, you can always say, yaar, thoda bahut to theek hota hai, right? For each one of us, there is a certain, you can say, acceptance level or norm. I'm fine with it. But what I'm trying to say here is alcoholism, what is it? Alcoholism is essentially getting addicted to it. And no alcoholic will submit that he or she is having that problem. And it can result in huge behavioral changes. And I'm telling you because possibly, maybe I was also a faulty someday in the past. It's not that I was born as a sage, right? And it is not that each one of you possibly is, we are all human beings. We bring in our own set of, you can say, biases and negatives out there. So, and it can lead to huge problem if taken from childhood. Why? Alcoholism can result in excessive consumption, and it can result in dependence on alcoholic beverages. It worsens with stress and is progressive and can be fatal. It results in what we call as maximum amount of use. If you see police cases that are there, like murder, rape, this, that, and all, are largely a result of some of these things, which we kind of think that it is okay, it is absolutely fine, etc., etc. It can demolish the next generation, as it destroys their growth and also leads to brain chip damage. I'm not talking just because I've been given a stage and a podium, but I'm sure all of you some of you would have seen that video from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel National Police Academy on social vices by Professor Umesh Saraf. And so world over, there is definitely something out there, but the point is strict enforcement at our own individual levels can actually take the game to another level altogether. You see, as I keep saying that, we cannot keep a cow's milk in a container made of the cloth, or in a container made of the skin of a dog. And in that sense, each of you in this particular, you can say, proverb or anecdote is like the cow's milk. Don't try to be in and around those surroundings wherein some of these things happen. And if we are able to do that, I think after 100 years, women's day will not be needed, because boards will have more than 50% women. That is how I will say. Thank you so much. Best wishes.
Thank you, sir. I now have the honor of introducing Ms. Anjani Madhvi, our chief guest for the occasion. I request Professor Rashmi Shukla to to give her the bouquet. Ms. Anjani Madhvi is a seasoned leader with expertise in cross-functional and delivery leadership, product management, digital transformation, and strategic initiatives. Currently, a senior leader at Visa, she plays a pivotal role in Bengaluru, India. With a vast background, Anjani served as VP of Product Management, Strategic Initiatives, and Program Management at Event Nest, Yodlee, India for 4 years, followed by a decade as Global Head of Program Management. Her career also includes roles at Integral Development Corporation, Broadridge, and Ramco Systems, showcasing her extensive experience in program management and business consulting. An alumna of IIM Calcutta, Anjani holds a PGDM in finance and actively participated in leadership development programs. I request ma'am to kindly enlighten our student with her vast experiential learning.
Okay. There is this shloka in Sanskrit which says, Yatra naryantu pujyante ramante tatra devata. Where women are revered, gods rejoice. So that's the culture we come from. We revere women, we respect women. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Ram, my friend. Thank you, Rashmi, and thank you, Girish. And of course, a lot of support from Abhik and Arunima and everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. It's my honor, privilege, and I'm extremely humbled to be in the august presence of so many women who have done so much in different areas, whether it's politics, whether it is entrepreneurship, whether it's innovation, whether it's in corporate, right? And before I start, a very, very happy Women's Day to everyone. Okay, so where do we start, right? We all, I love what Ram said, 100 years from now, we won't need Women's Day if we do certain things. So before we go forward, why this Women's Day? Why this diversity and inclusion? Why is this empowerment? Why are we talking all of these? Is this all about favoring? Is it all about just seeing to it that, we are trying to do something good and, we are feeling the charitable selves of ours? Okay, so now let me take you to some statistics. IMF in 2023 did a study. And what they found is if the number of women who are employed today will be equal to the number of men employed, India's GDP grows straight by 27%. We all celebrate 8% GDP today, and we say we're doing so much more better. Just bring the number of women into the state of number of men working, and our GDP goes 27%. The next one, every woman employed in organized sector adds 2.7 jobs in unorganized sector. It could be your nannies, it could be your drivers, it could be your cooks, it could be your help, right? So we are talking economics, we are talking strong finance over here. We are not talking any favoritism, any charity or anything. It's straight finance, right? Now let's look at corporate. In corporate, like Rashmi ma'am was talking about, we're talking of women on boards. And it's been proven that having women in boards increases the return on equity, increases the market valuation, increases customer satisfaction of organizations. So again, we are talking business here. Then we all talk about innovation, ideation, creation of new products. We love doing that, right? In 100% population, let me take 50-50. How can a 50% decide what 100% needs? So if you want to go to the market where your market embraces your products, embraces your ideas and innovation, you need that level of diversity even within your ideation team. So for a corporate business success, by the way, you need women and you need men also in the ideation. So this is what it is. So keeping aside anything else, if you want to talk pure finance, pure economics, pure business, you need women. You need empowerment, you need inclusion, you need to bring everyone together. Okay, so that's about women. Now, now that I talk of corporate, right? When I look back, 20 years back, actually 28 years back, I was here at Calcutta. And we were 10% of a batch of 190. And today I see 60%. Oh, way to go, girls. Way to go. Just keep it up. I'm so glad, given an opportunity, women will go all the way. So now, 20 years back, 28 years back, if I look back, I wish people told me a few things. And I would have been different. I would have been a little less stressed, a little more free-flowing in what I was doing. And I will share 5 secrets. The first one, there's this high wire artist. His name is Carl Valanda. He says, life, you know what high wire is, right? There's a wire out there and people walk on the wire and do things like that. He says, life is on the wire, rest is waiting. So I feel my life is on the wire when I'm on the wire. So this is all about risk-taking. Please do not shy away from taking risks. Go all out. Life is there where you're adventurous, where you're taking risks. And now on Women's Day, if I have to talk about risks from women perspective, some of these men cannot even fathom. going and asking for a raise is a big risk for women. It's been proven that women are very, very, taken aback when they have to go and ask for the raise that they deserve. Okay. And I have been in this Women's Day celebrations over the last 10 days. And one very common thing that many women spoke about was, you know what? When we are in a group and we are talking, we are discussing ideas, I say something, it gets ignored. 5 minutes later, a male colleague of mine says the same thing, and then people acknowledge. Okay, so this is a risk for us, just to raise our hands and say, you know what, this was mine. I talked about it just some time back. And now, you know what women are doing? They are sort of taking sorority to the next level into the corporates. So every time a woman speaks something, ignored, someone else speaks, there are a few women within the group who come together and they have sign language also. And the other one says, oh, by the way, this is what she said some time back. Okay. Why am I talking about this? Women have to speak for each other. We can't keep away and say, oh, poor thing. It's not that. We don't need everyone else to come and give us inclusion, engagement, empowerment, diversity. No, we have to be there for each other to start off. Right? Risk taking for women, can you guys believe? Going on maternity. If I go on maternity and come back, I'm not sure if I'm due for the promotion. I'm not sure if I will be given the beautiful assignment that I was handling earlier. But trust me, corporates are changing. And they're changing big time. And we have our own, metrics to start tracking. And if you look at it in my career itself, I have given multiple promotions for women when they were in maternity. Because their performance spoke for it. And not because, I'm doing a favor again, right? And again, for girls, I know it's a little way later, but why I'm harping on maternity is that is the biggest, pre and post for a women's career. Remember, men, boys and girls, maternity is a social cause. If all women decide to stop giving birth, there'll be no universe going forward. So maternity is a social cause and we all need to support it and not take it as a career break for women, not take it as something, we are doing a favor by keeping their jobs or giving them those 6 months of maternity leave. No. For this human race to continue, it's only women who can do it and maternity is important. Please have that in your brains straight and clear. Right? So my learning number 2 or my secret number 2 is all careers, as someone was telling me, are T-shaped. And what do I mean by T? I started a dot. You always have to go deeper before you go broader. Okay? Don't just because we are all from management institutes, we are already of this notion that we are managing. We are generalists. Whichever sector, whichever industry, whichever area you're going into, please ensure that you learn deeply. And when I say learn, we all know that this is a VUCA world, right? The volatile, uncertain, ambiguous, and complex world. And to add to it, if I have to add one more, it's a connected world as well. In this VUCA world, a learning today doesn't mean learning forever. There is learning, there is unlearning, there is relearning. So secret number 2 is please ensure you're doing a lot of learning. And again, now let me connect it back to women. We've all heard these areas where we are talking about women in technology. Guys, why women in technology? Technology is not a rocket science or anything. It's very simple. And we don't need a women in technology or a men in technology. It's just something that we all can understand and don't keep yourself away from it. Understand scalable systems. And what do I mean by, if you look at Amazon, if you look at Visa, if you look at Google, we're talking about scale or Make My Trip or any of these, right? We are scaling. We don't really cater to 10 people, 100 people, a million people. We're talking of billions. So there is a lot about scalable systems and you don't need to really learn coding. What you need to understand is what's the idea behind it. What is it? It means how to scale your system from here to there. So a strong suggestion, a recommendation for all the women in this group, and of course the boys and girls, obviously, and is understand technology. Don't run away from technology. So that's my secret number 2. Secret number 3, we all have competed, haven't we? First in the class, best in the written test, CAT, then interviews. I come into IIM. Now I want to be the first in the class, or I want to be the top 10, whatever. I want to get the best placement, quote unquote, best placement. The world has changed. Don't compete, collaborate. So when I'm saying collaborate, when we are competing, what are we doing? We are playing a finite game, a small game. I go here and I'm done. When you're collaborating, you're playing an infinite game. Like Simon Sinek says, the infinite game, okay, if I'm in a family, what competition can I get into? I can't be the best mother in the world. I can't be the best mother even in my city, right? It is an infinite game. I'm a mom all along. I'm in the family all along. Similarly, your companies are there all along. They're not going to come and go in the next 10, 15 years. So when you have to continue, you have to collaborate. You have to get the best brains. You have to come together and make things better. So when it comes to competition, I think after your school, it's done. Now it's the time to collaborate, right? And now, secret number 4 is, I love the story of a person called Kerali Takash. He was a sergeant in Hungary army. This was in 1930s. Okay, and he was a shooter, a pistol shooter, 25-meter pistol shooter or something like that. Okay, and it was in 1936, he couldn't go for Olympics because at that time, only commissioned officers could go into Olympic Games. 1938, a grenade blasts in his hand and he loses his right hand, the pistol hand. 1 year, he was not to be seen anywhere. And people felt bad because he was at the level of Olympics and now he loses his hand. 1 year later, he comes, there was national games going on in Hungary. He comes to watch them. And everyone makes room for him in the first row and say, please come sit and watch the games. He says, sorry, no, I came here to compete. And then he goes, he wins the gold with his left hand. 1944 Olympic Games were abandoned because of World War. 48 Olympics gold medal, Kerali Takash. 52 Olympics gold medal, Kerali Takash, with his left hand. What it tells me is resilience. Life does throw a lot of unknowns and a lot of new things into you. Don't get anxious, but figure out how do you, those moments of, will I ever get up again? When you get to those moments, please be resilient. You can do it. If someone can do right hand versus left hand and win a gold medal, so much more we can do, right? And now coming to my last and final one, success. We all want success, don't we? No? Yes, okay. We all want success, right? What is the definition of success? Becoming a CEO? Getting into Ram's place? Running an NGO? Becoming an MLA and from there on? So you know what? Success definition changes person to person. Go march to your beats, march to your story of success, march to your definition of success. Don't rely on someone coming and telling you that, yes, you're successful. For some, I was reading this book called Earned Life by Marshall Goldsmith. For some, success is being on the flight day in and day out. For some, success is having a balanced life. Okay, so there is a huge difference in what gives you happiness and where you feel fulfilled. So identify your success and go after that success and not to your neighbor's understanding of success. I think so. These were the 5 secrets I wanted to share with you. I hope they are of use. And meanwhile, looking forward to the rest of the day, amazing panels and amazing panelists. So I'm looking forward to learning a lot. And I'm hoping you are as excited as I am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for inaugurating this event with such positive energy. I would now like to invite Professor Kamal Ki Jain to felicitate our guests. Thank you, sir. I would now like to request all the dignitaries to proceed for the high tea, and we request the students to please be seated.
Welcome back, everyone, and let's move forward. Next up, we have the pleasure of introducing someone truly inspiring. Please join me in welcoming Professor Arunima Shah, the moderator for our panel 1 on empowering the next generation future women leaders. Dr. Arunima Shah is an assistant professor in the Marketing Management Department at the Indian Institute of Management, Raipur. Her research interest areas include consumer interaction with information and communication technology, ICT. She has a PhD degree in marketing management from the Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, master's in business management from University of Calcutta, and bachelor's in business administrations from the J.D. Birla Institute of Management, Jadavpur University, Kolkata. Let's have a huge round of applause for ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed panelists today represent a diverse spectrum of experience, expertise, and achievements. Let's begin by introducing the first member of our distinguished panel, Dr. Surbhi Gangwar. A triumphant candidate in 2022 Uttar Pradesh Assembly elections, emerged victorious from the Kayamganj constituency, securing her position as a member of Legislative Assembly. A graduate of the Indian position as a member of Institute of Management, Calcutta, with an MBA in healthcare, Dr. Surbhi brings a unique blend of professional diversity to her political career. From her roles as a scalability officer at Aculai Labs Private Limited to her experience as an operations management trainee at Columbia Asia Hospital, her journey from dentistry to junior residency exemplifies a remarkable fusion of healthcare, expertise, and legislative responsibility. Let's welcome ma'am with huge round.
Next, we have a seasoned HR leader who has made significant strides in her career. Please welcome Ms. Kritika Srinavesan, the DVP of Human Resources at Mercedes-Benz Financial Services India. With over a decade of experience, Kritika has held key roles at renowned organizations such as Gramener and Continental. Her expertise in HRBP functions for multiple business units and her leadership thought throughout the hire to retire life cycle management showcase her exceptional skills in people management and analytics. An alumna of Excel RI Jamshedpur and the University of Bradford School of Management, Kritika's diverse talents extend beyond the corporate world. She is also a MasterChef finalist.
Moving on, we have a dynamic leader in cross-functional and delivery leadership. Please join us in welcoming Ms. Anjani Madhvi. Ms. Anjani Madhvi, currently a senior leader at Visa, playing a pivotal role in Bangalore, India, and alumna of IIM Calcutta. Anjani's professional journey includes significant roles such as VP of Product Management, Strategic Initiatives, and Program Management. With a decade of experience as Global Head of Program Management and roles at Integral Development Corporation, Broadridge, and Ramco Systems, Anjani brings extensive expertise in program management and business consulting. We welcome you, ma'am.
Our next panelist is a distinguished senior director at Fujitsu Consulting India with over 25 years of professional experience. Let's welcome Ms. Dhanya Ross Matthew, who is currently heading the Customer Engagement Division for Europe. Dhanya's career has been marked by a strong focus on stakeholder management, strategic planning, and delivery leadership. Her extensive tenure at Infosys showcased her versatility, managing program anchoring, network engineering, and being a group project manager. With a BTech in Electronics and Communication from Geetham, Andhra University, Dhanya excelled in high school activities like public speaking and painting. Let's have a huge round of applause for ma'am.
And finally, our last panelist is a versatile professional who has made significant contributions to consulting, entrepreneurship, and corporate leadership. Let's welcome Ms. Aditi Hingu. Ms. Aditi Hingu, founder and CEO of Autumn Consulting Services and Neem IIM. Aditi's journey spans iconic companies like Unilever, Kellogg, Cadbury, Monsanto, where she held various leadership roles, including Director of Innovations at Unilever. An alumna of Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, Aditi's strategic thinking, marketing prowess, and dedication to Ayurvedic personal care solutions showcase a diverse skill set. Let's welcome ma'am.
A huge round of applause for our incredible panelists. We are truly honored to have such accomplished individuals with us today. Now, I would like to call upon stage Professor Satyasiba Das to felicitate the guests with bouquets.
Thank you, Arunima. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Let the panel commence.
Thank you. So, thank you for getting me a bouquet as well. My students know me well. I always steal flowers from every event. If I'm here on the stage, I'm taking a bouquet back. So now, one of my own. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you for having me here as a moderator for this very wonderful panel. You have not been privy to the kind of fun we had while we were discussing what to do on this panel. So I hope you get to experience a little bit of it today. I welcome Surbhi, Kritika, Anjani, Dhanya, and Aditi here. Before we begin and open the panel, I do have a few words to say because being a prof, we are used to speaking, but today I have to listen. So I'll get in my few words before I hand over the mic to them. So, I love poetry and how I love poetry. So we'll start with a few lines. I've said these before in here in this forum, but I think there's no more an apt occasion than today to share these lines again. तू खुद की खोज में निकल, तू किस लिए हताश है, तू चल तेरे वजूद की समय को भी तलाश है, जो तुझसे लिपटी बेड़ी बेड़ी डाल के बना ले उनको शस्त्र तू, जला के जिस्म पर उसे जो क्रूरता का जाल है, तू आरती की लौ भी है, तू क्रोध की मशाल है, तू खुद की खोज में निकल, तू किस लिए हताश है, तू चल तेरे वजूद की समय को तलाश है. So a huge round of applause to all here and the audience. You have a journey ahead of you. Let's try to understand their journey. I'm very fortunate to be sitting among some supremely fiery, firebrand women today, and women who have never tried to fit into a glass slipper. Rather, they have worked very hard to shatter the glass ceiling all their way. I'm excited to hear about their journey, their stories, their experiences, and their lessons as they have carved meandering and tough but very fulfilling path for themselves on their personal and professional journeys. To share a few stats, because that's we've been doing since morning, a lot of statistics. 2023 McKinsey says that companies with more women in leadership positions have a 1% higher chance of experiencing above average profitability. Yet, if we look at some other side of the statistics, according to recent stats, India is now home to over 8,000 startups which have women founders, and that has a collective funding of around $23 billion. That's another good news, right? Yet, the average female representation of senior leaders, senior leadership positions, of women in senior leadership positions in India is around 18%. I would say that's still very, very low, right? And we are working towards improving it. the female percentage of female students in IIM Raipur has been around averaging 60% in the last few years. So while we are ensuring that a good number of educated women enter the workforce, yet there's an alarming leak in the pipeline to leadership, a huge gap a huge drop off in female leadership that's happening in the mid-career stage. If you remember, the 2023 Nobel Prize in Economics was given to Dr. Claudia Golden, a Harvard University professor, for her significant research in understanding and explaining the gender gap in the labor market, more specifically the participation and gender pay gap, that refuses to close even as education continues to soar. I believe it is something that Anjani also talked about in her opening keynote address. If you remember, that what are those steps where these falls happen. So let's begin this panel with a question that segues into this. And I would like to start here with Kritika. If you can throw some light on the challenges women face as they move to senior leadership positions in the current business environment.
Thank you. Thank you, Arnima. Thanks, everyone, for going to listen, whatever I'm going to say. But having said that, what have we not faced? I think that's a summation of everything. I think there are about 15 types of biases that exist in terms of what biases have been researched. And I think pretty much we can agree that we've undergone every one of those, to be precise, whether it's gender, name, language, religion, confirmation, affirmity, all of these biases, to be very, very precise. Where does it all stem from? There is a research that says 99.9% of us have an unconditional bias the moment we see another person. We take 7 seconds to judge a person, whether you like it or not. You can say all that you want, that I'm not judgmental, but it does take 7 seconds. And 99.9% means almost every one of us in this room. So there's this huge speech by a person called Paloma Medina. If you get a chance, please do go and see about it. She talks about the limbic brain, which is like a part of your brain that gives you a signal when you see somebody who's not like you. Okay, so what happens is immediately that brain triggers one action in you saying, no, this is not going to happen, because this part of the brain's been active since we were like hunter-gatherers, caveman time. So you don't look like me, then you're probably here to steal my food or challenge my survival. Hence, although we all consciously tell ourselves that bias still exists, the only way we can actually overcome that bias is by ensuring that we verbalize it, keep talking about it, improve awareness about it, and not just stop there, but get to this conscious competence and unconscious competence stage where we start practicing it without having somebody to keep telling you, practice diversity, practice equality, practice whatever. So from that part of it, I think we faced all these challenges. You want to know anything more, Arunima? Or you want me to do it?
You can continue if you have more to say about this.
No, I mean, I can keep talking.
I know 90 minutes is too less.
So yeah. So, and I also just wanted to add about something you said. You said about 18% already in senior leadership. We have like what, 8,000 new startups by women and 60% in IIM, Raipur, all great stats. But still, there's something called a gender gap score that's done by the World Economic Forum. How many of you know about it? Yeah, awesome. So it's done on economic, educational, political empowerment, about health and sustainability of the other genders. And believe it or not, anybody know where India stands out of it? I'll give you a denominator, 146 countries. Oh, is it? You've already mentioned 127. That's our rank. So 127 out of 146, we have a long way to go. The first is Iceland, last is Afghanistan. We're somewhere close to Afghanistan right now, so we have to inch towards Iceland, I guess. So these are things that we have to now consciously practice so much that it becomes in our muscle memory and we start living that life, not anymore preaching about it and expecting people to follow. So it has to become a way of life if we are going to ever reach any gender equality, from that point of view.
Absolutely. Danya, if you could, share a global perspective on the challenges that we are talking about.
I think globally I face lesser challenge than locally, to be very frank. It changes from landscape to landscape. I have seen how Belgium people react to you, how Swedish people react to you, how UK people react to you. It just changes. And to be fair to all, gender parity issue is international. It is international. We have the same challenges, the same motherhood challenges, even international women face. Everybody faces the same challenges. I think the most important thing we should do, make yourself so good that nobody can ignore you for your gender, for your race, for your choices. Wherever you are, whichever nationality you are, if there is value that you are getting nationally, internationally, you will be summoned, you will be acknowledged. So make yourself too good, sharpen your pencils, very sharp.
Thank you. So there's no, replacing the skills that you have. So, that kind of leads me to my next question. A strong and assertive leadership and communication style is essential to building strategic influence in the workplace. I think we can all agree on that. So, I would like to know from all five of you, like what's your leadership and communication style and how have you built it? So, I would like to start with Surbhi here, our politician in the house.
Thank you, Arunima. And I think asking a leader the leadership style is again a big question itself. So, as it is my leadership style. So, before being a leader, I was a person who was very dominant. I was somebody who will make you say yes. But after becoming a leader, the one thing I understood, and maybe I changed in myself, is how to say no. Because there are people who are coming to me for different kind of works. There are works I have to identify that, I have to say no. So I think the leadership style, what I developed is saying no in a very subtle and polite way, that somebody is happy with me also, although maybe he or she disagrees. But I think this is the style I have developed, that how calmly and politely I can say no. So I think that is the style I have developed. And we are sitting in a management institute, and everybody knows that communication is the key. So being a politician, communication is the only key you can reach to the heart of people. So if you don't communicate, if there is a gap between you and your people, people will start neglecting you. And if a politician is neglected, he's gone out. So I think saying no in a subtle and a polite way and connecting to the heart of people are the styles what I have developed in these 2 years of my political journey.
Oh, definitely. I think the last 1 hour we have witnessed your witty side of your communication game. So we can all vouch for that. Aditi, what has been your leadership style and how have you come to find it?
Think it's working now. Okay. So I started my career more than 20 years ago, when honestly International Women's Day didn't exist. And I think the first time it came up as a concept was when the boyfriend gave me possibly a Hallmark card with pink hearts and red balloons, maybe a flower. We were like, dating. We didn't have money for anything beyond that. So in that time, I faced, I think, everything that Anjani spoke about. Talking in a meeting, being ignored. And I am a sales and marketing professional, where usually
there used to be all men and I was the only girl. So I used to get judged for the fact that I like wearing sarees. So I'm a girl and I also took pride in dressing like a girl. Very bad. I used to speak in the meetings and ignored. Going on 8-hour long sales drives, rural Maharashtra, rural Gujarat, Telangana, not knowing local language, the men could just stop the car, go anywhere, do whatever they had to do, come back, and I would be sitting and squirming, saying, washroom kahan milega? And this is like, these are real challenges. And there's nobody to actually tell you how to navigate this when you are a 22-year-old starting your career long back. There was no Facebook, YouTube, how to do guides. So having grown from there to a position of leadership, my leadership style, I am very, very conscious that whatever project assignment I'm working on, I try to work with a very diverse team. And diversity, not just in terms of gender, but also in terms of educational background, ethnicity. I have people who are neuroatypical on my team because I think more diverse the background of a team, different perspectives come in. Your decision making is that much better, collaborative, sharper. And that ultimately, again, going back to what Dr. Rashmi said, what Anjani said, that makes good business sense. And at the end of it, none of this is charity. It is just about making good, practical business decisions. So, very conscious about making sure that I work with a diverse team and a lot about collaborative decision making because we all have to work towards the same goal. We cannot have different people working with different agendas in mind. Work towards the same goal. There will be disagreements, which is fine, as long as they are professional disagreements. I don't have to win an award for being the most easy to work with leader, but I definitely want to be the most effective leader. So I think that is fine. And once a decision is taken, we all work towards that common goal. So these are two things that I am very, very mindful of when I work with teams.
That's really wonderful. Anjali, what's your style? I think we heard from you before, but encore.
So, yeah, like you said, you heard me before. My leadership style is heavily collaborative, very, very collaborative because, I know for sure I'm not the smartest person in the room. I'm not the smartest person. I don't know technology completely. I don't know product completely. Not one of us has an all knowledge of everything. So the only way to make best of what you have is, like they say, if you want to go faster, go alone. But if you want to go farther, you go with a team. So you go together, right? So my leadership style has always been collaborative. I am slightly different from what Aditi said. I'm a very easy person to work with. Very collaborative, very flexible, give a lot of independence to my teams, very empathetic, especially after COVID, just be with them. But what I realized is when you are so much about people, when you give X to people, they give you back 10X. So that has been my style and making things happen.
Wonderful. Dhanya.
They stole my leadership style. That's true, guys. But, navigating complexity in this ever evolving global landscape, what you need is agility. You need to be fast. You need to be data oriented. You need to take your team along. And if you think you can succeed alone, you're wrong. So I totally rely on a lot of compassion. Life has taught me that, life is very tough. So be compassionate. I really enjoy working with people who, people have saying, is put him in PIP. I don't know whether you guys know PIP's performance improvement plan, and then that's your exit door. I like to work with people who are lower performance. I take that as challenge because everybody has a strength, and we all have a tendency to put people in a particular cookie, a particular cookie cutter. So I like to identify what is that person's strength and work towards succeeding with that person. So it is always nice to work together, to brainstorm, like both of them told, that whatever comes out is so strong, all aspects are thought. And then when you succeed, you are a complete team succeeds and a set of brigade of leaders are further formed. So a democratic, a collaborative, and a compassionate approach is what I like. In this tough world, I think a little of kindness is very much needed.
Wonderful, wonderful. And Kritika, what's your style?
I'm just going to give you Gyan again, okay? I
We're
am
all
Richa.
here for it.
PIP is not the way to the exit door. Danya. That's why you people like you exist to turn them back into the workforce. So I think, guys, if you're on PIP, just strive harder. You'll keep your job. Coming from an HR person, okay? But yeah, I'm just going to give you Gyan. There are a couple of leadership styles that I follow. And it's a combination because I don't think one situation or one particular um, answer fits all questions. So I'm just going to take a little bit of a particular religious structure to it. So excuse me if for the, what do you say, unneutrality in my sentence. So I classify them as Ram, Krishna, and Buddha. I don't know if you've heard about this before. So there's the Ram style of leadership where I tell you what to do, when to do, how to do it. So I'll tell you, put the stone here, bring this kind of stone, place it here so that you can build the bridge. That is when I hire freshers from the market, because I don't expect you to come with the knowledge of what kind of stone will float in water and not. Then there are situations where I'll have to be a Krishna, where I'll have to stand behind you and keep telling in your ear, you know what, go fight, shoot the arrow there. It might go maybe 1 inch down, 1 inch up, things like that. So that's maybe the Krishna style of leadership. Then comes Buddha, which I really love because that's absolutely zero investment in you. I just sit back and relax and let you do all the work. And that will come to a stage when I have like a little much of my team who are already seasoned and they know. Okay, Kritika's asking this question. Okay, this box is tick, this box. Okay, chalo. Abhi now we can send it. So these are the three different styles of leadership that I probably follow. Maybe it is a combination of everything what people shared, but it does apply to different people and different situations and occasions as well. So I think it's the application that's very important here, and that's about it. So it's a little bit of Ram, a little bit of Krishna, a little bit of Buddha, more
Oh.
Buddha.
Perfect, perfect. I think, you should all want women bosses. Your life would be so much better, listening to all the women on the stage. Wonderful, wonderful. There's this quote that I've always enjoyed listening to or reading. You've got to teach yourself to take over the world. It's a kind of definition of, women empowering themselves, or anyone, just about anyone empowering themselves. So I would like to know from my panel, that how you see empowerment, as a multifaceted construct. So I would first want to ask Surbhi about, what do you think political empowerment means?
Women empowerment in politics. I think it is multifaceted, definitely. So we have seen, I think there are students who must be knowing the politics of specifically UP and Bihar. So women are made to contest elections, they win. And they're made to sit back home. Why? Because there is a concept called Pradhan Pati. So we have that tag, So I'm being elected and I've been made to sit back home. All the decisions are being taken by men. Everything is being taken by men. All the resources, all the opportunities. So in politics, women empowerment, I think, is slowly coming up. So I am sitting here, sitting in front of you all. I don't know I have got an opportunity to thank or not, but I really want to thank my husband because I'm here because of my husband. He made me come forward, but he never made me come back pulling my hand. He has made me take my decisions. He has made me face the challenges. I'll share the very first day when I went into the Uttar Pradesh Assembly and all the books are in Hindi. And so it's called as Niyamavali. So Niyamavali is like, how you have to proceed, what are the things. So that is that book in my hand. And I'm wondering that how to move forward, what to read. I don't understand a single word. That day, me and my husband, we Googled each and every word. I prepared, I don't have a team. I don't have people who prepare my speeches. Whatever I do it on my own. My husband helps me out. So for a woman, specifically in politics, the very first thing she need to do is she should have her own choices. She should be allowed to control her own life. She's never been allowed before to take decisions. I think I am sharing the beautiful stage with the corporate leaders. The story, I think they have the similar part to share. But I think when educated people come in politics, we have a beautiful audience here. There are students who may not be thinking to join politics as a career. But if educated people come and join politics, they definitely will become role models for the another generation. They would be moving forward. So I think women empowerment in politics is they should be allowed to make their own choices. They should be allowed to use the resources, the opportunities to groom themselves. So that is what I think the women empowerment in politics means.
Oh, definitely. That's a wonderful point made. So maybe we can listen from Anjani about, socio-economic empowerment, empowerment from an economic perspective.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's very interesting. Alongside my career, I also am into NGOs. So I'm on the board of an NGO called Whatever People. I also consult for another NGO called Buzz Women. And I'll give you a small story on Buzz Women, how we, I was taken to one of the villages in Karnataka. And there were 15 women who have been with Buzz, the villagers. And one woman started talking about it. So first things first, they knew what Women's Day was. So before Women's Day, she had to walk about 6 miles. There were no buses or anything, and she had to walk 6 miles to go and attend a Women's Day conference. And they have been with Buzz who sort of do a lot of work in the area of financial literacy, just building in confidence in women and whatever, right? So 6 miles she walked. And that day when she was coming back, she told herself, next Women's Day, I'll have my own moped. And then she started her little business. And finally, she had a moped and she went for the Women's Day the next year. So in socio-economic sense, what is empowerment? In my head, it's all about daring to dream. A woman, a villager, a rural housewife who's daring to dream that I will do something over the course of next 1 year. I have the confidence in myself and I will be able to buy the little moped that she wants and driving with that. I think that is empowerment to me. Just the confidence and the ability to dream.
Definitely. Daring to dream. We all fear being assertive and being ambitious. I think we should not. Ambition is a good thing to have, and you should be assertive about being ambitious. There's nothing wrong with it. Anyone else would like to share any other perspective on empowerment? Please go ahead.
Actually, I'd like to build about what she shared. So Hindustan Unilever has this program called Shakti Amma, where basically it started with the motive of making sure that last mile distribution of their FMCG products was in place. So women who became Shakti Ammas actually achieved 3 things. A, they sold the Unilever products in their catchment area, their villages. They earned money because they were effectively dealers. Very interesting. What happens when they earn money, which is the financial empowerment? The first stage comes when after earning money, They move from this is my money and now I'm giving it to my husband to do what he decides to do with it, which is extremely common even in urban India. Financial literacy is extremely low even in working women. We all earn money and then we tell our husband, invest kar do or do what you want. And that's laziness on part of women. But the Shakti Amma trajectory was very interesting. Started earning money, initially giving it to the husband, then giving part of the income to the husband. Part of it is being withheld by her, being deposited in a self-help group in the village. And it is proven that women rarely default on loans. There are case studies on this. Grameen Bank, Bangladesh, microcredit. Women very rarely are loan defaulters. They start taking small loans and they move finally to having 100% control over the income that they have generated. So step 2. Step 3, the life of their daughters change. I have met Shakti Ammas who very proudly would tell, you know, my daughter is 16. She does not know even one thing to cook in the kitchen because I am educating her. I do not want her to lead the life that I led. She will set up her beauty parlor. She will go to the village, out of the village. She will join a college. She will do whatever. But I have told her, don't waste your time in the kitchen. And that's empowerment because you empower one woman, she in turn impacts her family and number of families increase, the society gets changed. And that I think is really the cascading effect that I have seen.
That's very wonderful, the domino effect of one woman stepping out and taking charge of her own decisions. Yeah, please go ahead.
I think Aditi touched upon something very important, and I wanted to talk about this where I get a chance about being financially independent. Being financially independent is not that you're earning your money. Being financially independent is also about you knowing what you do with your money. I have seen, my own colleagues who went through, unfortunately, some separation with their husbands, and they come and tell that financial was the most difficult thing because I went and put all my money in his hands, and now we are not knowing how to separate it. I'm not wanting divorce as a thing to happen to any of us in this room. But what I'm saying is know your finances, know what you're earning, and trust me, women are amazing investors. Don't think that investing is a man's game. You will learn, everyone will fall, everyone will learn how to get up and walk, but please be financially independent because that is what gives you power and not just going earning and putting the money back in the common bank. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Financial freedom means the freedom of making your own financial choices as well. Oh, please, yes, go ahead.
First of all, I want to tell you, Surbi, you're a role model to me now. Okay. So, and that's true. I just wanted to share, women give the money to men. I used to take money from my husband and tell him, keep this much for pocket money. So, so definitely, girls, money is not mohamaya. Money is important and you should know what to do with it. And what I have realized, fast forward 50 years from your current life, once you reach old age, what is most important is good health and good money. So money is important, and your parents, some of you would have taken loans to do what you're doing today in IIM Raipur. Do not let your education go waste. Go forward and help this country grow. So you help the country grow, you become financially independent, economical, and we all work together ahead. So please don't forget that.
Absolutely, absolutely. This one question could just go on forever, but let's move on to the next one. So, we were talking about certain stories from your own lives that have shaped and impacted your journey. So, and I'm sure we all have those anecdotes, which, sort of the curveballs that life throws at us. So I want to know from you, if you would like to share any such stories where life threw some really unexpected challenges and how you navigated those and how you sort of, emerged out of it, learning and becoming better. So maybe, maybe we can start from Dhanya since she has the mic.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I was this, like LG has this caption, life is good. I was the pet of my parents with two elder brothers. I had a very good life, good college, fell in love, got job before I finished my education, got married. Dhar, I became a mom. That was not a life-changing problem, please. So don't get worried about becoming a mom. But so I was always highly academic, I used to always stand first in the class. But then very early in motherhood, I realized that my child is different from others. She comes on the autistic spectrum and had very, very different needs. And when you are a nuclear family and when both husband and wife are working to meet ends, and this kind of challenges come, the first thought which comes to many of you is, why don't you quit? Why don't you just take care of your child? Many people, and right from doctors to therapists, everybody will look at you at such a judgmental eye that are you giving enough care? So we had to navigate that stage, going through multiple therapy sessions amidst work. And that time there was no corona, so there was no work from home. We had to clock 9.25 hours in office. And then we had to ensure that we go for different kind of therapy, speech therapy, occupation therapy, attention therapy, special education. And there were several times in my life when I thought that I'll give it a break and I will stop. But what example do you want to set for your children? That when life throws challenges, that you will take a back seat? Instead, try to balance your life. Try to create a support and a proper ecosystem that will support you. And like she said, that you will develop an, disorganized employment option for so many others by creating a support system. And the life of a special parent only gets tougher with time. I'm still not out of that zone, but with good support from your loved ones, and if you have a supportive partner, nothing like it, and you creating your own ecosystem, if 20% of your salary goes in your ecosystem, be it. It is needed for your growth. So do not hesitate in putting that, because you're making somebody grow economically. It is supporting you. You're at peace. And more than quantity, you're able to give qualitative attention to your children. And then you navigate through these tough parts. There will be exhaustion. There will be a lot of tiredness. One day I just called my dad and told, Appa, I'm just so tired. I'm just running from here and there. Then he asked me one thing. When your heart takes rest? Between heartbeats. So please find energy in the little things of life. Life is going to be very challenging. When you're in the university, it is fun. Once you step out, it will be interesting. But be ready for it. The first instance will be to give up, but don't give up. Believe in yourself. You can make it work. You can find ways.
Thank you. I think Aditi also wanted to share a story. You mentioned it to me. Yeah, please go ahead.
So, similarity with her story, that till the time I was in college studying, life was good. Pampered daughter, never experienced anything remotely close to gender discrimination, intelligent. Life was good. So soon after campus, I was, I think, 3-4 years into my corporate life, and I was working with one of the leading multinationals of the country in marketing, and I was a brand manager. My brand, only girl in a sea of men, my brand performed the best. My portfolio performed the best. And when we had a performance appraisal, I was the only one who got like a 5 on 5, which is like excellent. The others got like a 3, 4, whatever. When it came time to get my salary increment letter, I was called to the HR director's room and told very clearly, with no malice, with no rancor, that look, you actually deserve a 18% or something hike because of the rating you've got, but we are giving you 8%. And I was like, why? And I was like, early 20s, no female managers to talk to, no role model, first girl in the family to have gone for the corporate job. And I thought corporate companies, MNCs, they have rule system processes. So I'm very sorted. So I looked at him and said, but why? He said, see, you're married, you have a husband. It's his responsibility to earn money for the family. The money you earn is like your pocket money. Believe you me, the exact words. The money you earn is your pocket money. Now look at X, Y, Z. My male colleagues, their wives are housewives. They are not earning two salaries. So they need the money more than you. You may deserve it more because you've done the best, but they need it more. So we are cutting down your incentive and giving them more than what they actually deserved. And the sad part was not that he told me this. The sad part was that I could actually understand why he's saying this. I was the victim, but part of me, and that is social conditioning, the unconscious bias that we spoke of. Part of me said that, in a way, he's right. Because that one's wife is expecting, that one's got elder parents to take care of. They need the money more than I do. I came home, spoke to my husband. I spoke to my boss, a man who told me, great boss, but who said, yeah, it makes sense. No, Aditi, it's okay if you get a couple of, I think at that time it was thousands. But if you get a couple of thousands less, this is pocket money for you. It took me about a week's thinking, figuring out to finally go back and ask my boss that if what I earn is pocket money, should I treat my job like a hobby? Then I should just say that, and believe me, it was not easy. It was not easy. I still get goosebumps when I remember that discussion had more than 2 decades ago. I said, then maybe, I'll just think like a lot of rich men's wives join kitty parties. This is my kitty party. And I will come here for 3-4 hours, do some time pass, because that's what you are telling me to think. He understood, spoke to HR. By that time, the job had been done, letters had been cast. So, but the next year, I got a correct increment. And why this is important is not because it happened to one Aditi, because globally, women tend to get paid about 18% lesser than their men counterpart across countries. That is like working for 1.5 months for free. And was my HR director bad? Did he hate me? No, it was just a subconscious bias. And all of you, maybe this won't come up now, things have changed for the better, hopefully. But all of you will encounter biases in your life. You mentioned it, the types of biases. Some of you, us, are also guilty of having those biases. None of us are perfect. Be conscious. And if you see something, speak up. Just speak up, not easy, but keeping quiet or giving up is the easier option. Don't do that.
Oh, I think that's something we all fear would happen to us at some point, but it's, definitely important to speak up, to gather the courage, muster the courage. क्या होगा ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा? अभी भी नहीं हो रहा है, फिर नहीं होगा. But if you do not try, it's never going to happen. That's for sure. I think Kritika wants to share a story. Please go ahead.
No, I think a lot of, at least quite a few of you would be HR from here. Yes? No? Planning to take HR? No? Okay. Yes. Okay. So that's one thing. Please ensure that you speak up in your organizations. I was just going to add to Aditi's story. It's been 2 decades for you, probably 3-4 years for me in one of the organizations I was working for. And we were working on increments. And as HR, we are there to ensure that that bias is not there. Yeah. So I'm sitting in what we call a talent management conference or a calibration session or whatever your organization is going to call it. And the increments are there, and I see outstanding rating, and then a lesser percentage, and then I see successful rating, and then I see a higher percentage. So I asked this question, why? And he says, she drives a BMW. I said, yeah, her father bought her the BMW. What, how does that affect that her performance is higher? So that unconscious bias still exists. So as part of HR, how we don't do, as part of men, all the men here, whether it is being a supportive partner, whether it is being a supportive colleague, a friend, husband, a lot of it is decided by that thought process that's there in your minds as well. So probably take that conscious decision now that you will not be a part of that unconscious bias. As I already told you, 99.99% of us have unconscious bias, but we will have to educate ourselves that we will get out of it at some point. And if you guys in this room can take that pledge, it will help all us people going forward. So maybe that's a conscious decision that we'll have to take, not just the women in the room, but especially the men in the room.
Definitely, definitely. Moving on to segueing to the next part of it, I often wonder why we women try to fit so hard into what we sometimes perceive is a man's world. So my question is, what do you have to say about moving from gender equality as a conversation to gender neutrality? And I would like to ask that question to Surbhi first. If you can go ahead with it, please.
So I am into that, male dominant field where females are not expected to be there. So as I think Professor Rashmi has already mentioned about the Women Reservation Bill, and we really thank the government for passing the bill for 33% of women reservations for parliament and the assemblies. So as we see the data, we will see the current parliament has only less than 15% of women representation, and across the states, including Uttar Pradesh, less than 8% women representation are there in assemblies. So when we are talking about a gender neutral society, so first we as women need to be treated equal. So and how would we treating equal? By giving them the opportunity to represent themselves. So from political scenario, I think definitely this bill is going to help women come out. And honestly speaking, guys, gone are those days where, that culture of SAS not promoting bahus have gone. Today, the stage, I think all women are there, and the HR sitting next to me, I'm definitely sure that, a woman is promoting a woman. Oh, backbiting women, not promoting women are gone. So when I think all of you would be in leadership positions, you have to promote a women to come forward, to move. Then only we'll be able to live in a gender neutral society. There would be men who would be listening. Definitely the politicians won't be agreeing, because now I have started saying that you have to sit back home and, your wife would be coming forward and sharing the seat in the assembly with me. So they won't be agreeing with me and won't be even happy speaking me all this. But definitely we need reservation to make women come out. If women specifically in politics, I've seen places where villages. So I'll share, the very first thing what I did after being a politician was every representation by women. So as I already mentioned about the culture of Pradhan Patis, so I made sure every meeting, if there is a representation of a woman, the women leader should be sitting there. No pratinidhi, no representation of male member should be there if I am there and I am taking the meeting, or if it is under the administration of DM or any administration. So that is the one thing I made sure, because I feel that, if I being a woman is not being able to promote a woman and making them come out, although there are points where they don't know what to speak, but unless they, they come out of their cocoon, they will not learn, understand and feel. That's what also mentioned in women empowerment also. So I think for being a gender neutral society, we need equality. और वैसे भी हम तो आधी आबादी है. So that's what I want to share.
Wonderful, wonderful. Anyone else would like to pitch in for this point?
Just on the same
Sure.
point that she said, reservation, right? Like why do we need reservation? Everybody, it's on merit, right? Any thoughts why we need reservation? It's very similar to how you are running a race. You guys have seen that oval thing where they run a race. There's a different starting point for everybody because we cover a longer distance. Obviously, you have to give that edge. We've been behind for what, centuries? I don't know how long, so long. So I think we need that push. And yes, we're all moving away from talking about diversity to more about equality and equity and things like that. But first, let's reach that stage. First, let's get to that gender gap score. Let's be one of those top 10, and then we will move to the next stage. But I personally felt gender neutrality is about not associating yourself to a gender, right? I think that we way far from there right now.
No, I think the idea was more, focusing more on merit, but you bring out the point brilliantly. We need to get a level playing field before we get to the point of merit. So I think we are on the same
Exactly.
page. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's the only thing. Like, first we reach one stage and then we talk about the
Definitely,
next.
definitely. I think you want to share something. Anjan, you have the mic with you.
Yeah, I think just one point. The data shows it's going to take 257 years for pay parity to happen. So what neutrality are we talking? First, get us on the same page before we start becoming, like what you said, being neutral.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And
All-
one very important
Yeah.
thing, Arunima, is one, we get things like get the same stage. And then we all need to support each other. Because all these people, like how Surbhi was saying, that somebody has to groom them, somebody has to mentor them to bring there. So I think a lot of the organization nowadays have a lot of mentorship programs for women, which is not to put you down. It is basically because of the age old conditioning which is sitting in your DNA, which has to be unlearned and learned again. You are capable. You can run a nation, right? So that is the thing. So reservation, please don't, you can sometimes, the other day somewhere we went to a mall and you have handicap parking, and I saw a female parking, and my husband was like, why you need female parking? Why? You know, so one is getting opportunities. Secondly is to tell the world that we are equals. So we have to be treated equally. I parked it to irritate him. That joy is very different.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So before we break into the Q&A session, I just have one, last question for all of you. So if you were to leave the young women and men in the audience with some actionable points based on the discussion we had today, or, just something you would want to give them as a takeaway from your side, what would it be? So Aditi, maybe we can start from you.
One simple takeaway, and I think each of us spoke about it touched about it in our different answers, is life is going to throw challenges. The beautiful part of life is, I think, till the time you're in college and university, then real life hits, often hard. There'll be multiple times for men and more so for women when it will be very tempting to just give up. And you'll have advice coming from well-wishers. शादी हो रही है, fiance is in Bombay. If the girl is in Delhi, 9 out of 10 times the girl will be told, नौकरी छोड़ दे, बॉम्बे में जाके देख लेना. That one man possibly will be told, see if you can relocate. But marriage, especially for women, marriage, maternity, kids' illnesses, lot of things. In-laws falling ill, because we all also are conditioned to take our role as a caregiver very, very seriously. So life is going to throw challenges, and it's going to be challenges on the personal front. It's going to be on the professional front. But in the long run, there is no alternative than to be resilient, stick the course, and just show up. Some days you will perform better. Some days you will not perform better. Some days you will skip your kids' PTM, which is fine. Some days you will skip school for the PTM, which is fine. Sorry, you'll skip office for the PTM. You will learn to navigate all the multiple pushes and pulls that will come on you, but don't throw in the towel. And like I said, there's no alternative than to just simply show up each and every day, so that when you're 60, 70, A, you have decent money of your own, which is very important. B, you look back and you feel happy about your life. That, whatever happened, happened because you took control, you took charge of your life yourself. Mistakes, aapki apni. Success, aapka apna. And that's a great, great feeling to have lived your life by. Thank you.
Wonderful. Anjani, please go ahead.
Okay, so nothing to do with women. I'm a big fan of Robin Sharma. I literally read every single book of his, and somehow I connect very well with him. So one thing I want you to take away from here is his quote: "You can be either on your phone all day, or you can change the world. You can't get to do both. So get out of this distraction. It's very difficult. I'm also trying. I'm also work in progress, but try to keep away from distraction, because this is the one that's going to kill all your energy, enthusiasm, and perfection." Thank you.
I think this is one thing they need the most. Oh, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, we all need, especially our husbands. Men of all ages. What husband? Even my dad, he's 81 and still I have to pull him off the phone. So, yeah. So, my advice is for everybody here, men, women. It came to me when I was recently talking to one very young girl who just finished her B pharmacy and she was trying to get into job, and she told, "I'm not able to make my mind. I've got so many offers. I want to do this or I want to do this." My friends told, "Take time, think, reflect, figure out." My advice was this, and this is for all of you. Next 10 years of your professional life, try everything that comes your way. Everything. Some you may not like, you may find it tough. Still go through that experience, because life is the biggest university. And what you do for the next 10 years, it subconsciously you will develop a lot of adaptability and understanding on how to navigate things. The next 5 years, specialize in what you want and work towards it, groom yourself towards it, and post that, find niche. And by the time you come to our stage, learn from the younger generation.
I think that's very brilliant advice to everyone who's just about to start their professional lives. Kritika?
I'm just gonna say, for again, both men and women, they're gonna throw stones at you. They're gonna throw whatever they get at you. Just keep ignoring that, and just keep moving forward. Especially for the women, they'll try to throw a lot of those things at you. Like as I said, every one of us have faced some kind of a bias. So if you're going to sit there and think, okay, but why does it happen to me only? Then it's never going to solve the problem. Just go back to the boss, just like Aditi did 2 decades ago, and ask him why. And eventually you will get the answer. If one person's going to ask, it might not make such a difference, but eventually if all of you are going to do that, it will make a difference. So don't stop running. Don't give up. Generic advice.
No, we all need to be reminded of general things sometimes. We often forget. Surbhi?
For the young minds over here. So from my life and my journey, what I did was I explored. So keep exploring. So many a times people actually asked me, actually what तुम करना क्या चाहती हो life में? Means you became a doctor, then you went to IIM Calcutta, did a healthcare management, then now you're moving into politics. What are you actually doing? So on a daily basis, I'm just solving problems of people. I'm just getting negative energy. So what I learned from myself was be positive, because although I get that all negative energy, but I keep myself happy. I'm always happy. Even if I'm angry also, after a few minutes, I'll be happy. So for the students over here, I'll definitely say you have a vision. So when I came into politics, I had a vision that I have to do something. But people like you, if you come into politics, you will have a clear picture. You will have a roadmap, full planning that what you have to do. So people like you, if come into politics, I think you can be the game changer for the politics of especially UP and Bihar. So before I conclude, I always quote these lines from Milene Rose. She is the attorney from the South Africa, from High Court, South Africa. So she says that you will often feel that you don't fit, but you were never destined to fit in. You were born to stand out.
Lovely.
You're recruiting here, is it? You guys, please apply
would-
placement office.
Everyone would be
Dr.
happy if you do
Secretary.
that. Oh, a happy politician, that's rare to find, right? Okay, wonderful. So let's have some questions from the audience before we close the session. Anyone would like any questions? Okay, we have one here.
My question is for Surbhi ma'am, because I'm also aware about his area like Farkabad and Kaimganj. And I also got previously opportunity to work with the political consultancy for a few months. So what I have seen or noticed that political engagement is everything. And you also like mentioned that Pati Pradhan issue and also the facing issue regarding your team, that you have no team for your work, and women empowerment issue is also there. So what I found that political engagement of women is tried and tested formula now. That Bihar mein the Nitish Kumar has got succeed on the basis of that formula. Delhi mein they are also doing good because of that. So what you are doing for that political engagement on ground, the women who like 1/3 women is Pradhan now. So how you are engaging them, and through them, how you are engaging your voter, because the women already is 50% of the voter. So what you are doing for that?
So I think I already mentioned the very first thing. What I made sure was any representation, whether it is on block level, whether it is in villages Pradhan level, whether it is any Jila Panchayat member level, I made sure that the women come and participate. That is the first thing I made sure, that if they are being, elected and they are representing the people, they should be there. They should be, if they are the face, they should be there. Because I also learned, so to mention, there is nobody in my entire family in politics, neither my family, neither my husband. So मैं कुछ पीछे पैतृक लेकर नहीं आई. So whatever I did, I learned from what I did. That is the first thing. I made sure that every representation is female is there. She should be there. Second, what I do is I'm always there for people available. So one more, I think people had made a notion कि अच्छा ये तो पढ़ी लिखी है, doctor है, so she will win the election and she's going to go and sit home and she's not gonna come and meet. So I make sure that I go and attend each and every program what has been there in my constituency. So if you'll follow my page also, I have a daughter also, so I have other responsibilities as everybody has. So I make sure that I'm standing there for each and every people, irrespective of whether they are men or women. So being available is the key, what I feel.
Ma'am, like, sorry if I say something wrong,
nahi.
because I think you can do great things. You are already doing the great things. But if you are able to do things on that ground political engagement, then this will be a win-win situation for you and the people on ground also, the
Yes.
women and the pradhans.
Yes, so I'll share. So in coming, I think before the elections have been announced, in coming this week only, I'll be having a Yuva Samvad also. So where which I am doing on my constituency level, where I'm engaging with students also. So how to understand what they have in their minds, because see, when a person becomes a politician, he thinks I am the Param Gyani and I am the one person who can do wonders and magic. So for me, what I feel is that the more I go and interact with students, specifically students wherever there are inter colleges and colleges, I think I take more from students rather than giving gyan, because like as you are giving me away, similarly in social media platform also, because we all know that social media plays a very important role in marketing and all your publicity and everything. Whatever comments I get, so even if it is a negative comment, I take it as a suggestion. So interacting with students also gives me a lot of suggestions that how I can mold and do improvements in my constituency.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next question. Okay, so we have one here. Okay, we have a question here. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Very good afternoon, ma'am, and happy Women's Day to all of you. And myself, Payal Thadani from PJ Batch 2325. And my question is, in life as a woman, we play many roles, and also while doing that, we need to make certain trade-offs. Trade-offs, especially when you are a career-oriented woman, ambitious woman. So how you deal with that trade-offs, and also how you deal with the guilt that comes with it sometimes.
A wonderful question indeed. Yes, please go ahead. I think everyone wants to pitch in here. Please go ahead.
Amazing question. I don't have an answer for it, to be honest, because I live with guilt day in and day out. And this is something that we need to get out of. I'll give you an example. If the house help doesn't come at home, or if my cook doesn't come at home, okay, two things happen. Number one, I'm the default. Number two, if my help doesn't come and once in a while my husband tries to help me, my own daughter says, I'm feeling so bad that daddy is doing it. Dad is doing it, you feel bad. When mom does by default every now and then, you're not feeling bad. And I'm questioning myself, what have I inculcated in my daughter that she is still having that bias of if daddy is doing it, it's an extra. If mom is doing it, it's normal, right? So I think these biases have to get out of us. And how do we do it? No answer. Again, like I said previously, work in progress. I feel very guilty that sometimes I'm not there at home when my son comes back from school with a medal. And what do I say? That thrill goes away after 4 or 5 hours when I come home and he just shows me, just stops there, right? So there is a ton of guilt for every single woman, but these are the biases. My husband doesn't feel the guilt. He's traveling all the time and he's okay. He calls from there, oh, I'm so proud, Amaya, you did it. Very good. It's over. Okay. And I'm trying to learn from my husband, to be very honest, because there is no point killing yourself at no cost. You don't get at the cost of your own self, because no one else is feeling that guilt. So guilt is our bias in action, and we need to get out of it. And it doesn't happen so easily. Just the way pay parity takes 257 years, my guess is this will also take that much.
My suggestion to it, a long time in my career, I decided it was my choice to get into what I am. So I will not feel guilty. I will not feel guilty. And the best thing is to make your home team part of all of it. Your children, your spouse, once they understand, a medal can wait till mom is back home. But certain trade-offs which happen is you compromise on parties, you compromise on going out with friends, you compromise so many things because you are already working. So rest of your whole time you give it to your family and children. But my suggestion is steal some time for yourself. One day say you're going to an office and check into a salon or go for a movie. Still, sometimes I and my husband still go on dates, and my daughter doesn't know. If she comes to know, she will butcher us. So, so the trade-offs are there, and especially when your kids are younger, the trade-offs are more. And once they grow a little more, they can understand. But life is trade-off. But believe me, life is a full circle also. You will get your due. I have seen my mom's logging, she was a mathematician, and there was no student who did not cross my home because my mom was so good and so much tuitions. And my dad was dedicated to his work, and my mom took care of us. And my dad didn't know how much a potato kilo cost or onion and nothing. But after 50, 60 years, I'm seeing my dad, telling me, you don't know how costly this is. You bought so much cauliflower, it is so costly now. So life will come back. It's a full circle. And I believe heaven, hell is not in somewhere else. It is on earth. You will face it here. So whatever you're doing, do it because you're taking choices. Don't hurt anybody. Life is good.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, please.
Just add to that. Um, don't try to be a superwoman. You know,
Absolutely.
yeah, all of us have been wished, especially on Women's Day, saying superwoman, perfect manager, perfect wife, perfect mother, perfect this, perfect this. No, I'm a human being. I cannot be perfect everything. Choose 2, 3, 4 roles that are important for you, and only you can decide. Try to do them to the best of your ability, and to hell with the rest of it. I mean, honestly, I realized early on, you have to develop a bit of a thick skin. And it helps you, and people adjust. So my son, he was 6 months old when I left him and traveled for the first time. And I think I got judged by everybody except like a supportive partner helps, supporting family helps. So except my immediate family, who honestly were the only people impacted because they had to take care of one crying, wailing brat. Except them, everybody else had a point of view. And all of it was ki kaisi maa hai. But cut to, he's 16 now. Oh, I just have to tell my son that, tomorrow I'm going for work, and he'll be playing something or doing his work, and he'll say, where are you going? And I'll say, here. He said, okay, how many days? Okay, bye. It's such a matter of routine for him that my mother travels. And that's totally fine. I have missed his annual functions. I have not been there when he's fallen ill, but the dad was there. And vice versa. So you just have to choose which roles in your life are important for you. Stick to them. And like she said, I hardly have a group of friends. I don't go out partying. Most of free time is spent at home. There are trade-offs, but make sure the trade-offs are what you want to do. And don't be a superwoman. Please.
I party hard. I have a deal with my husband. You party Friday, I party Saturday. So sign a prenup with your husband, not for property, but for ownership rights. Okay? I work in Pune. I live in Bangalore. 2 weeks I'm in Pune, 2 weeks I'm in Bangalore, 2 weeks I have bachelor life. I can party every day. Every day. No coming home, no cooking, no kids, no PTA, nothing. In fact, my daughter's school, I went for the first time in 4 years to her school for school sports day. I said, who are you? I said, I'm Aradhya's mom. Aradhya, you have a mom? I'm like, of course she has. I came for the admission 4 years ago. So that's the deal, yeah. So when I'm out of Bangalore, he has to take care. And since he's already taking care now, I can't take back in 2 weeks. No, so he continues taking care even when I'm in Bangalore. So it's a fair deal. Sign that with your partner before you get married, and no guilt. Happy life.
I think this should have been the advice you gave them before. I think the best thing, definitely. I think we're all, everyone on this side of the room and everyone on that side of the room has taken this advice to heart, for sure. And those who have already walked down the aisle, I don't know, you have to figure out something, but you have to get there where she is. Wonderful, wonderful. Next question. Yeah. So we have someone here raising his hand. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Raktim from PGP batch 2325. So we know all that we have two lives. One is personal, one is professional. And everyone tells that make distance between them. But nowadays, companies are moving from stakeholder to shareholder performance. Sorry, from shareholder to stakeholder performance. So now, when a company is thinking about someone's performance, they are only seeing their professional performance. But there should be a social impact score for that person, that what he is doing in his social life or personal life. What do you think about that? Because in that way, he is also impacting the society, your stakeholders only. So what is your thinking about this?
Performance management.
Yeah.
We've not even come to scoring your performance at work completely. Yeah. I mean, I'm far from. We learn a lot of performance management techniques in MBA, right? Believe me, when you come to office, none of that works. So we are not even reaching that equality stage. Now we are talking about neutrality stage. So my honest advice to you is, first let's try and figure out what and how you do at work, and really adjudge that performance first before we can even move to the social aspect of it. Some of the things to pacify employees, what we do is we keep some clubs where your morals and our morals match. Our, when I say from the management aspect, when I'm an employee, but say like, for example, you like biking, we have a bikers club. So there's some part of you that's getting recognized there, but not in terms of management and scoring and VP and bonus and nothing like that.
Ma'am, then there is like we are talking about starting the race from the same point. So in your personal life, you are not starting the race from the same point. Then you are when you are talking about a company's performance, you are judging him only with the performance in that company only. Then we are talking about the stakeholders, all the stakeholders. So there's something, there is a gap between it.
Okay, you know what? Actually, I like your question. And I'll tell you where it is, where I'm linking to, the way I'm connecting to that question is, again, I go back to what I mentioned when I was speaking there, the definition of success. So if I have to look at what my performance is, I need to know what my definition of success is. If I want to be a person who's balanced, in my head, the balance is a lovely word for me. I'm taking care of the family, I'm taking care of my work, I'm doing well there, I'm doing reasonably well there and reasonably well here. And if I'm doing, or if all those check marks are done, I feel that, my success or my performance is good. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean someone else's performance, because their understanding of success, of their success, is different. So, so there is no way that I could score myself in your eyes, or you could score yourself in my eyes. It should be how I score myself in my eyes and ask myself, am I doing okay?
Absolutely. I believe, I think we are in a world wherein the number of thumbs up counts, the number of hearts count, and that is getting into our head. And no, don't mix that. Your personal life, let it be just yours. Don't give a right that somebody judges you based on that, and that should have an impact on some form of another because you are doing some charity activity to your organization. No, do it in the true spirit. Don't mix them. Forget about validations. Only thing which matters is your immediate family. That's it. Nothing else matters. Don't make it a mathematical thing at personal life. In Bible they say that do in a way that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. That's how we should live, at least I feel. So keep work life as pragmatic as you can, personal life as poised as you can.
A slightly different take on your question, which is a wonderful question. So Unilever started this policy globally of saying we need to give our employees a better work-life balance. And what they realized is that as you go up the corporate ladder, the demands on your time increase. And that is a fact of life. The pressures on you increase, life challenges also possibly increase. So they came up with this policy, which was rolled out globally, and this is pre-COVID, where people were encouraged to work 1 day a week from home. Also because Paul Polman, who was the then CEO was of the company worldwide, was somebody who was a very strong advocate of environment, taking care of the environment and sustainability. So they did their whole metrics in true MBA style, saying out of so many million employees, if everybody works 1 day a week from home, that is so much less carbon footprint, blah, 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 blah. And it is a policy which is easy to implement. All you had to do was 1 day of a week, let your team know, I am not available for meetings. And remember, this is pre-COVID. So Zoom, Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, nothing existed. They also came up with a policy where a senior level role could be done by 2 people. So if we are colleagues, same work experience, similar background, Monday to Friday, Monday to Wednesday, I am the director. Wednesday to Friday, she is the director. So Wednesday is our day of overlap and we work as one team. And the thought was to free up 3 days of the week for her to do whatever she wanted in her personal life and for me, whatever I wanted to do in my personal life. Great plans, policies on paper. Some people took it also. But what I think the company didn't factor is judgment. The way people were looked down upon for having opted for this half 0.5 FTE, full-time working, or for working from home 1 day a week. Equal number of men opted for 1 day a week work from home. It was not just women. It was equal in most countries. But the way they were judged by others who didn't, the policies never could really scale up. And that's the problem when you try and do something which possibly the society, the world is not ready for right now. Great on paper, implemented well, didn't succeed just because of judgment and biases. Does that answer your question somewhat?
All right. Okay. Thank you for the question, Daktim. I think we'll stop now because we've run out of our time for the panel. So wonderful. I must admit that of all the panels that I've moderated during my time at IIM Raipur, this has been the most fun, the most learning, and definitely the most beautiful, for sure. Okay. Okay, definitely. We should all, sort of applaud our own selves. So very quickly, summarizing what we discussed. So we kind of looked, I know we started with understanding the challenges that women face as they move up the corporate ladder and, try to look for senior leadership positions. We talked about biases, we talked about the very, very important need of keeping yourself sharp, keep sharpening your pencils, keep learning, keep improving, be very agile, very open to exploring new opportunities and, not really sort of giving up very soon. We also talked about multiple leadership styles, and I think I can say that the leadership style that came out most was collaborative and being empathetic. And then, of course, we had this wonderful, new style where Ram style, Krishna style, and Buddha style of leadership that was very, very interesting. We also looked at different facets of empowerment, and some things that spoke to me very loudly were, taking control of your choices and taking control of your voice, and understanding financial literacy and understanding that financial independence doesn't mean you only make your own money, but you also learn and implement how to make your own financial decisions instead of handing over all your financial independence to someone else in the family, right? We looked at certain beautiful stories that came out of their experiences, and the common theme I found from those stories was, you definitely need to build a supportive ecosystem, a supportive partner, a supportive family, and consciously invest in creating an ecosystem, creating a system that supports you despite all the challenges that life would throw at you in terms of maternity, in terms of marriage, in terms of your responsibilities of caregiving, and so on. Right? We had the debate about, if you're on a track, then everyone has a different starting point because everyone has a different distance to cover. So we need to be appreciative of the journeys that everyone has had. And final takeaways that were there was, it's important to keep showing up when you try to navigate life. Not every day will be same. Not every finger is equal, right? So not every day is going to be same. But it is important that we keep showing up, and it's something that is applicable to all of us, not just any one gender in particular, right? And so, if I were to sum up, it would be more like, tough times never last, but these tough women have, and so can all of us, right? Tough people do. In terms of what I could take away and what I could give to you students from this, there's a lot of opportunity in terms of creating infrastructure, looking at innovative solutions, coming up with entrepreneurial solutions around the problems uh, 50% of the population faces as they try to continue into the workforce or the labor market. Do go back and read up the research that won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2023. It really lays down everything that we've discussed here very beautifully. What is it that stops women from continuing in the workforce, right? It definitely is an eye-opener. Once you understand the reasons, you can definitely build great solutions around it. It would be a very good place to look for opportunities, if you were to put your business mind to it. In closing, because we started with a poem, we'll close with a short one. So I'm sure some of you have heard the name of this poet. Her name is Nayab Midha. So I think she shared this for Women's Day, and I would like to read it out to everyone. If you do not understand Hindi, I'm sorry. You can catch me later and I'll translate it for you, I promise. Just get a hold of me, or you can ask your, neighbor if they can translate it for you. मेरी उम्र की लड़कियां मेरी उम्र की लड़कियां अल्हड़ बागी जितनी आजाद उतनी ही जिम्मेदारियों में कैद इसलिए जब भी पलकों पर कोई बड़ा ख्वाब रखती है तो देखती है उस पर पहले से ही पुरखों की इज्जत का भार रखा है। मेरी उम्र की लड़कियां चीख कर चिल्लाकर रोकर आजादी तो मांगती हैं मगर इस्तेमाल उसे कम ही करती हैं। मेरी उम्र की लड़कियां जिम्मेदारियों की रस्सी पर नाचते हुए कर लेती है उसको पार और जला देती है वो रस्सी पहुंचकर अपनी मंजिल पर ताकि आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए आजादी की पक्की सड़क बना सके। मेरी उम्र की लड़कियां। Thank you everyone. So this was the first panel of Shaktirath. A huge round of applause for all the panelists. You're most welcome. Thank you everyone. Thank you. We now break for lunch.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you so
Okay,
much
yeah.
for giving us this opportunity to come in front of all of you. Thank you, I didn't know your names, but thanks a lot.
So that's Parul and Pragya.
Parul and Pragya, thanks Prince and all of those people who've been assisting us in terms of taking care of us. And thank you, all of you, for your patience as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all our esteemed panelists for such an insightful discussion. We would also like to express our gratitude to our moderator, Professor Arunima Shah. Now, I would like to request Professor Arunima to felicitate the guests with a token of appreciation. First, we have it for Ms. Surbhi Gangwar. Next, we have Ms. Kritika Sivanesan. Now we have Ms. Anjani Madhvi. Now we have Ms. Dhanya Ross Matthew. Finally, we have Miss Aditi Hingu. I would now like to invite Professor Rashmi Shukla to felicitate our moderator.
With great delight, I invite all of our distinguished torchbearers to congregate for a memorable photograph. Let's record this momentous occasion in a way that will eternally symbolize the valuable relationships and insights we have shared today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Amazing question.
I request all of you to kindly proceed for lunch. We request the students to remain seated as the guests leave.
Please leave this here. They are. Yes, yes, they will bring it. Yes, they will bring this to you. Please, please. Thank you so much. They are yes, that I will. और रेड लाइट का बोल रही जैसे हमने कल करी थी।
हाँ कर दिया। We request all of you to put your phones on silent.
ये वाला मॉडरेटर के लिए, ठीक है।
Moderator, है ना? We cannot bring
A warm welcome to everyone. As we continue with our zest of celebrating women leadership, I, Payal Shah, with my wonderful co-MC,
Pragya.
would like to commence the event for our second panel, Tech-Savvy Trailblazers, Women Driving Innovation and Entrepreneurship. I would like to introduce Professor Anubha Dadich. Dr. Anubha Dadich is an assistant professor of human resources management at Indian Institute of Management, Raipur. Her research investigates the dimensions, outcomes, and antecedents of ethical leadership. Her research interest ranges from underpinning issues of leadership, culture, HR analytics, capacity building, and organizational effectiveness. She holds a PhD degree from Department of Management Studies, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Dr. Dadich is a certified MBTI and FIDO-B trainer and has conducted trainings and management development programs for public and private sector organizations. She has published articles in journals of national and international repute, journals of business ethics, International Journal of Global Competitiveness, and Vikalpa. Prior to IIM Raipur, she has been associated with BITS Pilani, Center for Management Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia University, Delhi. She has developed a course on leadership and change management for working executives and launched on MOOC platform for the first time at IIM Raipur. Alongside with academia, Dr. Tadich has worked in different capacity with DFID, Prayas, and UNICEF. We welcome you, ma'am.
Let's begin by introducing the first member of our distinguished panel. Ms. Kasturi Kotha, a seasoned HR professional, currently serves as Head HR Bengaluru and HR VP Global Product and Technology at Taylor & Francis Group. With over 4 years in this pivotal role, she played a crucial role in establishing TNF Technology Center in Bengaluru, leading award-winning projects and executing successful talent attraction and retention strategies. Kasturi's expertise extends to her current role as Honorary Secretary at NHRD Bangalore chapter, where she actively contributes to shaping the HR landscape. Her diverse experience includes leadership positions at Vivaswa Software, Danske IT, and Temenos. Kasturi holds a rich educational background, including an Executive General Management program from IIM Bangalore and a Master's in Human Resource Management from Pondicherry University. We welcome you, ma'am.
Next, we have a seasoned HR leader who has made significant strides in her career. Please welcome Ms. Nupur D'Souza, presently holding the esteemed position of Deputy General Manager at Sun Pharma. Adeptly overseeing workforce planning, specializing in organization design, strategic workforce planning, and HR transformation. With a rich professional journey spanning 17 years, she has navigated through the financial sector, consulting, and presently excels in the pharmaceutical industry. Notably, she has honed her skills through impactful roles in the financial sector and at EY, contributing significantly to driving large-scale transformational projects. Nupur brings a robust educational foundation to her dynamic HR career, holding a postgraduate diploma in HR from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies and a master's in labor law. We welcome you, ma'am.
Anjali Trehan, currently serving as a Department Manager Human Resources at Usha International, brings over 16 years of dedicated HR expertise with a remarkable 8-year tenure at Usha. Specializing in talent attraction, HR automation, and HR business partnering, she has demonstrated excellence in her current role. Anjali's journey includes a pivotal role as Manager HR at Barista Coffee Company Limited, focusing on comprehensive employee lifecycle management. Commencing her career in 2006 as an assistant consultant at Mafoy Management Consultants Limited, she excelled in client relations and delivery across diverse sectors. Anjali holds a master's in personnel management from Indira Institute of Management, Pune, and pursued a PGDBM in HR from Indira School of Management Studies, coupled with a BSc in Computer Science from Modern College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Pune. We welcome you, ma'am.
Ms. Janki Krishnamurthy serves as the Chief Executive Officer at SEC Communications Private Limited. She holds an MBA in Marketing from the University of Mumbai, a testament to her academic prowess. With a foundation laid at one of India's prestigious institutions, Janki brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to her role in guiding SEC Communications Private Limited. Her leadership and strategic acumen, combined with her educational background, underscore her commitment to excellence in the realm of marketing and business. We welcome you, ma'am.
We are truly honored to have such accomplished individuals with us today. Now, I would like to call upon stage Professor Rashmi Shukla to felicitate the guests with bouquets.
Thank you, ma'am. We would ask Anubha ma'am to take the discussion ahead.
Thank you. So good evening, all of you. And I just want to give a warm welcome to my panelists one more time with a round of applause by the audience. So the theme or the topic which was given to us very interesting, and we got enough time for the discussion as well, because this 15 minutes we use like anything. So innovation and entrepreneurship. And we were like, discussing why only we are all females on the panel. Why not we have a mix of panel today? Is it something that Shaktirath or Women's Day to be celebrated only and exclusively by women in the era where we talk and we encourage something called DEI or diversity, equity, and inclusion? So possibly the organizers can think, and even I can add something more. I'll be more than happy to add in some or the other form in the team. And we can look forward with this input, possibly in the next year, and we'll take account of that. So thank you for your inputs and observation on that regard. Now let us start. So innovation and entrepreneurship. So I'll just quickly share that how we, keep the flow of the discussion. So possibly I'll share some facts and, data with you that where and how the women startups, stands. And then I'll proceed with a mix of questions. And questions will be blend of your company specific also, where you can talk about how companies achieving and how companies going about in these two domains. And then you also share some of your individual experiences, surrounding those questions. So possibly as and when you feel like, you enter with the question, so not very specifically to anyone, but these were the, commonly crafted questions. That's it. So, and for the information of the guest and the other, visitors on the campus, to foster this entrepreneurial behavior or entrepreneurial skill among our own community and among our own students, IIM Raipur have already started a dedicated entrepreneurship cell. So we do look forward some budding entrepreneurs and good startups coming, in a couple of years from our campus as well. And there we definitely look forward your kind inputs and your mentoring and your guidance. So possibly in the later section, when we give a chance to all of them to ask and, in the Q&A, possibly they'll link with you and they connect with you on that thought. Now to share, like to kickstart, like some facts, if I can share with all of you. So, women-led startups are contributing significantly to the Indian startup ecosystem we all are familiar with. But yes, India is now home to more than 8,000 startups that have female founders and which have raised nearly $23 billion till date, and which is such a significantly, remarkable achievement. And also the year 2021 was the highest funded year with $6.5 billion for women-led startups in a decade they have generated. Though we have observed a certain dip in 2023 for whatsoever reason, so there was a dip of 72% in 23, but again, in the first 2 months of this current year, we have seen that, around $100 million of funding have already been raised so far. So in continuing with that, we can say that, yes, the trajectory look promising, and for the young, entrepreneurs or budding entrepreneurs, they can foresee and they can, explore this journey as well, right? So for better understanding and, for a safe progress in this path of creation or survival, or I would say, success, what factors to the budding entrepreneurs, should need to be considered so that they can start, they can craft, they can create, they sustain, and they, become successful. So based on possibly your experience, you can throw a light on that. And possibly for every question, every panelist can spend approximately 3 to 4, maximum 5 minutes, and then we can rotate accordingly. So possibly I can ask Nupur to start with, and then we can, move on.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it's good to see a lot of people here and good amount of women in the audience. And I'm sure a lot of men and women both are quite keen to explore, should I get into entrepreneurial area or should I get into a consulting or one of those high paying jobs, get into what is my safety net? But that's an exact question which I'm sure I would have faced and thought through when I was in your seat 15 years ago. But I think after gaining the years of experience, what I've seen, what works, what doesn't work, and what's your trick of picking up entrepreneurial is that, do you have that locus of control internally? Are you driven internally? And if you are driven internally, are you clear on what are your strengths? What is it that drives you? If you're clear of these two answers, locus of control internally, because as an entrepreneur, you'll be running around everywhere. You'll be the admin person, you'll be the CEO, you'll be the HR person for a good amount of 2 years till the time it stabilizes. You'll be selling and you'll be buying and investing at the same time. There's a lot that an entrepreneur does. So to have that zeal and that internal intent of driving it and clarity on what is your area of interest. Another level, if you all can explore and do that research, because this is an area of chat GPT and so much available online, do that market analysis on what are you going to get into. Is it already competitive, or do you have a differentiated niche with you? Then you're bang on. Irrespective of the gender, I think at the age that we are in, women definitely have a lot more to struggle on. But again, circles back to, if you have the locus of control, you might just be able to handle your own family on your own, because you're pretty clear on what you want and you know whom to convince and you get into it. That's the trick. So for me, the 3 pointers will be internal locus of control, the conviction on the area that you're getting into, the thorough research of a differentiator that you bring to the market. These are the 3 areas that drives entrepreneurial success. And of course, when I say success, please have a threshold of failures for consistent, maybe 2-3 years, till the time you get into it, and till the time it matches the threshold and then successful. So that's what is entrepreneurial for me.
Yeah, wonderful. So possibly with the same, I think Kasturi, you can add, yeah.
So firstly, thank you so much, Anuba and IIM Raipur for this wonderful opportunity, and good afternoon to all of you. I'm sure we'll try our level best to not have a drowsy session after lunch, after a lovely lunch, yes. So keeping this session of entrepreneurship, and we are talking about session post-lunch. So what is the link there? Yeah, the entrepreneur, it is supposedly the fire in the belly is what will keep driving. So even after a lunch session, I'm sure the fire in that belly will keep us going, and therefore we see good amount of turnout, perhaps. Although not been into the entrepreneurial journey myself, except for a small stint, but have been working closely with many entrepreneurs, and then there have been opportunities to mentor some of them in the capacity. So to put some thoughts after what Nupur has mentioned, while you've done all your research, you have identified your strength and where you would want to look at, and what's the market ergonomics that offers you the space. What is also important is, can you look at an opportunity which is sustainable, which helps you make an impact? We have seen enormous of case studies where there's a sudden bubble of many organizations which are mushrooming, but then fades out only because that sustainable factor is not enforced. And why is it sustainable? For what is it sustainable is an important question and element that we need to ask. And this is not relevant only from an entrepreneurial journey, from a business perspective. The entrepreneur mindset is also needed even in the corporate sector. There are many times that we even in being in HR function, I've asked many of my team members to start thinking like an entrepreneur. If I am going to drive this initiative, who are my resources? Who are my stakeholders? What are my preparations that I need to do? How do I bring in, buy in the confidence that this initiative or this intervention will drive in through? So I think coming from assessing the impact and the influence that any initiative or intervention can bring in, if we expand or extend that perspective to entrepreneurship, I'm sure the science and the art of it is going to be more or less the same. It might be a different business outcome which would vary. So keeping that in mind, what I would easily submit out here is, do look at things which are sustainable and you are able to create an impact, because creating that impact will keep you driving and will help you sustain your business proposition.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I think Kasturi was spot on. You see, I'm an entrepreneur and I started very, very early, pretty much around the age that you guys are, with my own business. Made a lot of mistakes. I'm sure you guys are not going to repeat those mistakes. But you see, entrepreneurship is not exclusive to running a business. Entrepreneurship is within you in any role that you perform. It could be, somebody's going to finance, marketing, ops, I'm seeing HR, whatever, all these areas, right? So as long as you take ownership, you're an entrepreneur. I don't think it is, you need to be a startup to be an entrepreneur, first and foremost. Okay, just get this out of your head that, and startups are sounding very cool, but startups are also a lot of hard work. So success as an entrepreneur can be defined even in any role that you do, as long as you have initiative, you have ideas, and you take ownership. Most people go into a company, well, I shouldn't say most, that's categorizing, but a lot of people think it's nice, cushy, you're not responsible for anything, you just have to do your piece and go away. But if you're going to be a successful entrepreneur, then you have to show that initiative, you have to own something, you have to show that zeal that she was talking about, the fire in the belly that she was talking about, what Nupur was also talking about, that you need to have that inner thing to do something. And for me, that is what defines success as an entrepreneur. Then going to the startup and running a business, that requires a lot more planning than, it sounds very cool, but like you said, she said, you have great ideas that does not translate to being a great business. 80%, 90% of startups fail. Everybody talks about how much investment there is. Nobody talks about how many of them are shutting down. And that's the harsh reality of life, right? Businesses fail. So if you're going to start one, you have to be ready for a very, very long grind, put in heck of a lot of work, might not be ready for it now. You could try out roles in organizations, see if you like it, then see whether you have the guts and the willingness to put in the work to make your business a success. And then you can start your entrepreneurial journey. It doesn't have to be today. It can be 10 years later, it can be 20 years later, it can be whenever. But you've got to be mentally ready for putting in a lot of hard work. There is no replacement for hard work at all, whatsoever. If anybody tells you I got lucky, they're giving you, I mean, they're being nice. It doesn't happen, Federer says, oh, I know, I'm just naturally talented. No, he puts in 8 hours of work to look that naturally talented. It doesn't come just like that. So businesses don't become successful unless you're willing to put in very, very, very hard work. And you should raise your hand and say, I want to become an entrepreneur, only that. Success will follow. I don't think you should be worried about it. We can talk about plans, we can talk about the other things, but that is a very fundamental requirement for being a successful entrepreneur.
I think very well said, Janki. So I think they are in the very right stage where a lot of opportunities to work on different projects. And, when we don't, and not necessary that every project will turn up in your success. So with lot of failures, learning comes, and this is the stage where you can groom yourself for the next level and where you actually entering into the corporate or maybe as an independent, budding entrepreneur or a startup. So you don't require to be in that ecosystem of a startup. You can act as others also mentioned that you have that just mindset of entrepreneurs. So wonderful thoughts. Thank you. The same question to you.
Yeah. I know entrepreneurship is very attractive these days, considering lot of people here, I'm sure, are watching Shark Tank, right? Tell me, how many of you actually want to be an entrepreneur? If I could just see with a show of hands. That's a decent number. Wow. Okay. So, see, for becoming an entrepreneur, I feel what is of utmost importance, especially in the tech space, is that you have to have innovation there, right? So if you have the right idea, which is innovation driven, I think you can go further, explore it further, have the right mentor. Mentor is very important because then that mentor can tell you whether your business case is correct or not. That mentor can actually lead you to the right networks, can lead you to the right maybe angel investors. So having a mentor here is very important. And for you guys, I think at this stage, it's very important that you network well. There are a lot of LinkedIn groups wherein they are giving opportunities to young women as well as the other gender also, entrepreneurs. And again, in the tech space as well. So for me, I think that is very important.
All right. Thank you. So this was like broadly understanding from your angle and your experience. So let me move on with something from a very company specific. So let's say innovation as a term, we all understood this associated with something new in terms of it could be a process, it could be industry or market, it could be the structure, or possibly change in perception or a knowledge, right? Or any new and knowledge. So something your organization, so or for your company, what is that source of or a concept behind that innovation? Yeah, we can start.
Good question. So I've come from Sun Pharmaceuticals, and it is the fourth largest generic firm. We have 40,000 employees worldwide, with 44 production plants across the world. When we look at innovation driving it, in fact, incidentally, because we drive DEI quite seriously here in Sun Pharmaceutical, because we're learning from a lot of other sectors which are doing well, and matured people practices are in some other sectors, and we are still in a way catching up. We were just looking at some data points that innovation and the roles which are frequently innovating, we saw a good trend of a women gender there. It's an interesting observation. So the R&D vertical will have 34% women, which might not seem like a good percentage, but it is for a huge organization like ours. We are hovering around 17% at an overall number, but R&D has 34% women scientists there. And quality, again, is a huge function, which has quality analyst, quality control, microbiologist, all of that. And we have 60% women in some of the regions. So demographically, of course, Western Europe, Northern America has around 43 to 50% women. India used to be 8%, has moved to 12.7. We'll be hitting more numbers by next 2 years. That's the plan. But if you look at the skills, innovation essentially are those roles where women incidentally do well. Well, I don't want to belabor the point of women and men, because I honestly feel that after a while, when women get equity, it is all about the merit. But the fact that do we hit equity, that's more important for us. And that's where demographically India is at a stage that we need to reach that stage of providing equity to women, level playing field, and then we hit all the numbers. So yeah, one of the example that I'll tell you, we were trying to promote diversity in a manufacturing plant. You know, it's very easy to promote diversity in a corporate office because the roles are still comfortable. The city has a better infrastructure. Women like to work in a corporate office. Imagine we talking about diversity numbers in a manufacturing plant in a remote area. And we picked up a project like this. We thought, what if we explore Devas plant? It's in Madhya Pradesh. Yeah, and so we decided that we'll create 3 blocks. The production blocks is what we call as blocks. And it was an API production plant and a formulation where formulation is the proper medicine, API is an ingredient. We have both. So we experimented with 2 blocks here, 1 block here, and we achieved 34% gender percentage in just 2 years in Devas. And it was all by providing basics of infrastructure and enablers. That's what we call equity, right? That do we provide transport facilities? Do we have hygiene changing rooms, because employees have to change into the costume and then move back into the block and come out? So these are basic enablers. So India is at a stage that we need to provide basic enablers to increase the number. And the employee there, for example, we were encouraging apprentices. So this girl who joined us after 4 years of marriage, she was not doing anything. She was just preparing to look for jobs and who gets a job in remote area. She joined us and as an apprentice, and she was one of the brightest performing apprentice, winning all the awards because she naturally knows how to multitask. She just naturally knows how to look for areas of improvement. That is what is innovation. So for us in pharmaceutical, our areas of innovation is not just R&D, which everyone understands, but it is process improvement in whichever area you pick up. So I do org structuring. My area of org structuring will be an innovation for us also. But the way women pick up these things naturally is just tremendous example. So while in terms of number, India is still at a path of growing. We are still at 12%, but our colleague peers in other regions in Sun Pharma are doing pretty well. And the key roles that women are doing well is R&D, is quality, is regulatory. All of these are very complex roles. And of course, sales, of course, we are rocking it with 60% in some of the regions. Yeah, those are traditional roles India women play well. Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. Yes.
Okay, since Anubha, you were asking about the in specific to the organizational initiatives, so maybe I will have to give a little orientation of where I come from. So Taylor and Francis is a 2-century organization, and it is into academic publishing. So we've seen a couple of world wars, several epidemics, several pandemics, several global recessions, and has seen globalization in a true sense, which has never been when it all started back in late 70s. Sorry, 17th century. Yeah. So the matter of the fact to ensure that we are getting seasoned and seasoned and embarking another new century to add on, what has kept us going is innovation. If we were to not bring that innovation into the knowledge industry that we belong to, I don't think we would have been able to see a 2-century multifold. Now, innovation might mean different to different organization, different to different industry. But to the knowledge industry such as ours, it is about remaining relevant and also to match with the ethos of the company. No matter what, Taylor and Francis will not compromise on producing truth. There is no scope for plagiarism. So if it is to the extent I was just sharing with my few of my co-panelists, if one has to publish an article or a journal with Taylor and Francis, it is as good as getting a PhD. So to that extent, peer-reviewed articles get scrutinized. I mean, perhaps that is one of the reasons when pandemic hit the world, WHO was depending on dependable, truth-driven data and information and research content. And it definitely had to depend on Taylor and Francis to furnish that data. So therefore, what comes in important for us is to understand what is that we are trying to innovate. Are we really looking at creating some, it's not the world of Harry Potter, right? With, the magic wand, we could do anything and find ourselves innovative. No, it can't be there. here again comes to the fact that what is it contributing to? What relevance is it creating? So again, I'll go back to the same point, how any work that we are looking at, how impactful is it? So I think these are all the ingredients that get into being innovative. So for us, to the extent if we have to look at the world is talking about ChatGPT. Now we will have to look at innovation in a way where ChatGPT doesn't intervene into our content. So therefore, we will have to work on the reverse of innovation, right? So yeah, so as I said, it differs from industry to industry, but what will keep going in terms of maintaining the ethos of innovation is to ensure it revolves around being relevant.
Thank you. Wonderful. Yes, Janaki.
Okay. So I'm in the technology space, and but we're not into development. We're not into high tech, AI, whatever. We do brick and mortar stuff, but and that so innovation is even more difficult and more relevant actually for us, because you have to be so I run a system integration company, which we do basically network, AV integration, data centers. We deploy all of these things for customers across the country. When I started, for me as a personal journey, I'm not an engineer. I have an MBA in marketing. And when I started a tech company, I had to learn from scratch. So for me, innovation is learning. And that is the fundamental baseline in our company for any of our engineers, our pre-sales teams, anybody who's customer facing, and all of us are customer facing in our company, of course. So I think innovation is just not about finding new ways to do whatever. It's also about making sure that you learn enough that you can deploy or you can implement the best practices in your organization. Okay, that's very important, one. And two, you're also recommending the best solutions to your customers, because we are in the business of providing solutions to our customers. So for us, we have to be ahead of the curve. We have to know more than them to be able to give them the options that they need, depending on their requirements, right? So it's a constant evolution process. I started off many years back. I'm an old entrepreneur, and with no engineering degree, I started a tech company. So I had to spend the first 1 year, stuff that you guys now get, lectures on and get hands-on and understanding because you've got well-crafted courses. I had to learn what a network was the hard way, what an IP network was. I did not know what it was because I came from a BCom and MBA marketing background. So for me, innovation is just that, reinventing myself to be able to run a tech company, to be able to seem relevant to my customers, to be able to give them the right advice. So, and we've grown a lot in our journey in the last 25, 26 years of my business in terms of being a true consultant to our customer. And now customers come to us actually. We design large enterprise customers come to us for designing solutions for them, even though they have in-house design teams. And that for me is innovating enough that they've become actually better than their own teams at designing solutions for them. So I think the baseline for me is lot of learning and lot of reinventing constantly to make sure that you are up to date with your knowledge and you know what you're doing and in terms of what you're delivering as well to customers.
So with your thoughts, Janki, can I say that learning, yes, is essential, and lot of learning, your ideas generated. Right. So, and you definitely deep dive into the requirements of your customers or, the requirements of the other side. And that leads to further building or instilling your entrepreneur behavior. As you said that without a core technical degree or education, but still you learn a lot and slowly deep dive, and then you started and, taken a path of a entrepreneur. So moving ahead, I was thinking आपकी बात सुन के एक थोड़ा सा share, I think because it's a post lunch, to add on that, if you allow me to do that. नजर को बदलो तो नजारे बदल जाते हैं. So you need not to have a degree. So नजर को बदलो तो नजारे बदल जाते हैं. सोच को बदलो तो सितारे बदल जाते हैं. कश्तियां बदलने की जरूरत नहीं, दिशा को बदलो तो किनारे खुद ब खुद बदल जाते हैं. Is it flowing with that? Thank you.
I think very, very lively and beautifully said.
Yeah, so I simply thought, and I was wondering, that's fitting very well. And then let me just, congratulate on that part. And before I move on to my next response, yes,
Right.
the same question.
So, innovation, I feel, is a hygiene these days. If you got to survive, you have to be innovative. There is no denying that. So, in my organization, though we are a legacy brand, Usha's a 90-year-old plus organization, um, Indian company, our aim is to be innovative just for the purpose of ensuring that we provide quality products that meets the customer's needs and probably exceeds expectations for them. And for that, whatever is required to be done, you ought to do it. Be it probably visiting various conferences, seminars where an R&D team is always visiting, they're going abroad. There's a lot of innovation in R&D happening within the organization at our plant. All of that happens. But it's not just about products again, it's also about processes. In processes also, we do a lot of innovation. So within the HR fraternity, we decided to take up HR tech as a project. This happened about 4 years back. We first of all, at that point of time, tech was just the in thing. So we weren't sure whether is it worth investing that kind of a money that we are investing into. So it took time to understand, get buy-in from stakeholders. But then we eventually, when we spoke to our internal consumers, the employees, we understood it is very much required. In fact, we were running behind. We were quite late to the party. And once we started doing that and we started automating a lot of HR processes, we understood it actually did wonders to us. It actually changed the face of human resources for within the organization and otherwise also industry wide. So for that, I think for any innovation, you ought to know what is happening around. Okay, so it has to be an outside in approach. You can explore all the possible avenues to get that kind of ideas, but that has to keep happening. It's a continuous process.
Right. So thanks for that inputs. Moving ahead, one more actually, just to understand, like, at times it's like timely decision, at times it's like, the process part, which drives and convert your those ideas or innovation into actually, turning up into the business outcomes. So from the organization or a company perspective only, I would like to understand that what, when, and how part of your entrepreneurial strategies which you have incorporated, like what kind of a strategy fits in to bring or to push up or increase the momentum of this whole complete idea of innovation and entrepreneurship in your company. So possibly you can touch upon like what and when and how you have started this process. Maybe again I'll ask Nupur to start with.
Thank you. So I'm going to interpret this question in two ways. One is a lot of organizations, when you all as employees, as students visit the career website, you will see the fancy values of innovation in an organization. There's a lot of hard work that goes behind implementing that. So one lens is that I'm going to respond to that. Second lens is that if I want to introduce a new concept, then how do you go working about it? So let's pick up the first concept of a value of innovation. So Sun also has a value of innovation. Pretty sure a lot of our organizations, others will also have a concept of innovation. But like my colleague mentioned, it is a necessity. And some of you all also mentioned it is part of your routine. So the basic feeder, and that is what we expect from all of you all as students, because you'll join us in either forum as campus MTs or as lateral. So the next bunch which comes out of this room, the intent, and we've observed that because we work with a lot of MTs, I see that there's a lot of information, but somewhere the focus and accountability lacks. So the basic feeder of becoming innovative is accountability in self to drive and close something that you've created. So if I give someone a job to do something, are you thinking out of the box in driving that? And are you feeling accountable to run around asking the right questions to the right stakeholders, bringing it to closure? So, innovation essentially works along with accountability of driving it. And a lot of times we're very comfortable learning concepts and implementing it because that becomes an easier first hand for all of us to follow. But someone can become an entrepreneur only because that person had that thread of thinking out of the box accompanied with risk appetite. It is not an easy combination to have, but that is what innovation is, and that is what organizations demand, that in whichever role that you're working in, are you able to think different? Are you able to drive impact in that role? And because all of us, most of us, excluding you, are HR, we're giving a lot of HR examples. But I'm just thinking that for all of us who join in different roles, and essentially a lot of IIMs will join business consultings or different analyst roles. Some of us might join HR, but there is innovation across everywhere. So what does HR do is that as part of vision, when we drive innovation, we'll do a lot of projects that instill it. For example, there might be that's the basic element of HR that you'll learn is how do we drive and change human behavior, right? So if I want to drive that in an organization, innovation in the organization, I will instill it as part of your scorecards. So there is one way of carrot and stick. So if a scorecard is a stick, it over a period of time becomes a self-drive enabler. So I will introduce that as a forced framework of a scorecard. A cross-functional project might be a additional percentage in promotional scorecard. I might encourage that as a behavior of innovation because I need that in my organization. I know that as management, and I expect that from employees. So that's how HR works behind the wheel in introducing these concepts of innovation. Now, when it is about a project, if I want to introduce, the accountability is only those select top few people in the organizations can always innovate because they do that with a different intent. They understand the process so well that they can bring out that change, and they have accountability. If that is something that any one of us lack, we cannot bring that idea to fruition at all. It will be just on paper, then it fails.
All right, wonderful. Yes.
Maybe Anubha here, I think I'll share my anubhava of of an initiative and how it turned out to be rewarding and then winning us some accolades as well. I mean, I did share that my organization is a 2-century-old organization, but on pandemic, peak pandemic when we started, that's when the Bangalore entity was set up. So 1st April 2020 is when we, Christian ourselves to start a technology center here in Bangalore. So what was important for me was not just about external branding, that this is a technology center and Taylor and Francis is known for publishing. How do I attract right tech talent, which is hardly heard, and some of them compared ourselves to a Raymond's or so because it Reed and Taylor and Francis sound so similar. So they thought our competition was with Raymond's and other fabric and suiting. So to that extent, we had to bring in that visibility for ourselves. Because we are not going to attract academicians who knows in and out of our company. So employer branding played a very important and pivotal role, and more so in those peak pandemic when no colleagues are meeting. We are recruiting and none of them are meeting. How are we going to, design an ethos which is not only helping us uphold the culture of the organization which has existed for 2 centuries, but also at the same time imbibe that ownership of feeling included in remote. And organization is new. So there were many such innovative ideas that we had to drive. Some of it have been like, we called it, just to give a caption, we called it as candidate to colleague journey. But then it had so many programs under that, large project. Sorry, it had so many projects under that large program. It's a three-phased program. So it was completely innovative to the even extent, smallest of the thing, but it made such a significant piece is, I'm sure during pandemic, you would have seen a lot of LinkedIn posts of, oh, I've joined here and this is my welcome gift and things like that. So we started saying, the welcome gift everybody are giving, how do we personalize it? Can we really caption every, item that we are sending? To the extent, when we sent a headset, because it's going to be a hygiene factor, we are not going to distribute it again if they leave. We're going to leave it with them. So we said, why don't we brand it? And then we said, with the Taylor and Francis logo, and then we wrote on that, let's talk. It's about, and then somebody felt, oh, this is such a, my God, Jabra headset, which is around 18,000, I'm getting it as a welcome gift. So these are few things that you can really play, small things, but then can be a major hit. And similarly, we were also looking at some of the data. While women in publishing sector was 60-40, 60 women and 40 men, and it was a forceful men in diversity initiatives that they had done a couple of years back. And for us, it was quite skewed. We were just 19%. So we said, okay, why don't we look at, anyway, we are hiring, why don't we come up with something new? So then brought in some more initiatives of women in tech, and then a women returnee program called as She's Back. So these were all the innovative things that we imbibed to help the business accelerate.
And at times it comes on the way and you have to generate and evolve as time and,
Absolutely.
demands.
And now that we have grown enough to the extent that we are not going to hire anymore for the rest of the year. So now what do I do? Where do I bring innovation? We've done it all. So now then it is coming up, okay, now that we have bought in talent, how do I ensure that they remain motivated, they remain, associated with. So then we said, okay, now it's the time that we bring in collaboration. So then this is a recent program, as fresh as last week's launch that we've done. We call something as Green Prints Imprinting Life. Now, what is the essence of this is on work anniversary, organization is going to invest on sapling plantation that for the number of years I have completed. Say I've completed almost 5 years with them. So 5 years from my end, 5 years from the organization. So 10 saplings will be planted, and we're going to use a volunteering off, a skilled volunteering off. So we are, inculcating the habit of giving it forward, paying it forward to the, society or the ecosystem. And then a cross-functional collaboration that happens. And beyond anything, we are tying up with our carbon neutral SDG goals. So this was quite a, I mean, when it was just as a proposal that I presented to my global sustainability team, they went to the extent of announcing it in our QBU. Oh, from Bangalore, we have a very innovative initiative. By the way, I mean, I'm calling it out here because I've launched, otherwise there should be a patent for it. So yeah. And so now they're looking forward for even funding it to some extent because it is bringing so many other things. So funding was least of my expectation. My expectation was about how do I ensure that everybody are collaborating with each other and, there is that bonding that can continue. What opportunities can I get people outside of work-related conversations? So that was my idea of designing this initiative.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah. So I think we have to slightly reduce 4 minutes or 3 minutes to move on. Yeah, please.
So from an entrepreneurial strategy perspective, if you had to look at, what drives our organization, it's definitely about, for us, being vendor neutral is very important. And that's a strategy that we've adopted because we're a solution provider. And Again, it goes back to my original point of, again, innovation again requires learning, because to be vendor neutral, you've got to know every solution in the market, right? So only then you will be able to go advise your customers well. So for us as an organization, as a strategy to deploy innovation, it is about making sure that we are completely thorough and we actually research new ideas, new technologies for customers constantly. And we don't have these kind of challenges about trying to be innovative, because every customer is a pain to deal with. Every problem is difficult to handle. And most of them just throw it at us saying, okay, you figure it out. So, we've got to either fit in budget, or we've got to find some other way to do it, which allows them to execute without downtime, or sometimes it is within their global standards that we have to still find a solution to execute it with local customization. So a lot of multinationals that we work with, they're like, this is our standard catalog, but figure out how to execute it in India. So we have enough challenges. We don't have to worry about going to find ways to motivate our team. They're always stressed and they're always trying to figure out solutions. So we don't have to worry as much about strategy to innovate, because there is enough pressure on our teams to innovate for customers. But we do have the standard, this thing in terms of wanting to keep them real about what is important in our organization as an ethos. Okay, organizational strategy is also about what you stand for. It's very, very important what you stand for, right? So we have to stand for something which is making sure that we are neutral and we do what is best for our customers. So that also is something to execute as a strategy, to drill into everybody's head, because most of you are like, yeah, just give him something, whatever he wants, and finish it with, right? That's the easy way out. And most people want to do that, because it gets you done. The customer doesn't know any better. So you can still give him what he's just looking for as a direct solution, and you're done and dusted. But is it the best thing for them? That's something that requires work. So you have to research, you have to figure out, you've got to think, you've got to, want to do something better for them. So that's our organizational ethos and strategy, that we've got to constantly strive to do better for our customer. And it's very, very difficult because it pushes you to the limits, and it also pushes you to work harder than the average person. And it's not something that makes me a good boss or a popular boss. But I think we've managed to build that same energy and ethos within our teams, that they also, without me having to go tell them nowadays, I have to push them the reverse, saying, finish it, stop researching so much. So it's a reverse problem I have, but it's a good problem to have. I think it's good to have, some innovative thinking, some lateral thinking to find solutions to problems. And as an organization, that is what I think drives us as a company. And that's what makes us successful. I think running a company is not also just about building an ethos or a strategy. It's also being successful. And for us, this is our success mantra. And it's worked very, very well for us. Thank you.
So wonderful. So you need not to hunt and invest too much of time in highlighting and picking up your performers, or people who are really aspiring and dedicating. You can simply pick up and put them in altogether a different new project. So it saves your time, a lot of time in that part, right? So good to know. Yes.
For me, I would say the entrepreneurship journey began when I actually started leading the project of HR Tech that I was talking about. And this revelation of the concept came to us when we attended a HR conference, and we understood that, oh, wow, there's so much to do. And I'd like to believe that I was given that project because, not bragging, but women are generally creative and resilient. But it needs a lot of patience to drive any project. I have seen that. I've had a lot of ups and downs. There have been phases wherein the project was just kept on hold for quite some time, for a year or so. So when we began the project, we did a lot of research. We did primary, secondary research. We did a lot of survey within the organization. We connected with stakeholders across departments. But luckily, my leadership was very supportive, and hence I could maneuver my way and got approval, funding, so to say. Post that, there were again a lot of challenges that I faced. For example, this is a tech project. So to have a buy-in from IT is very important. And in my organization, at least in those days, I remember the entire department was 100% male. Okay. So somehow it is not easy. They do not believe the fact that, oh, do you understand technology? How would you manage this? And then this is an HR project at the end of the day. We are not supposed to be a part of this. But how do you drive that? You definitely need to have a person who does take care of integration, a person who takes care of understanding the functionalities, taking care of understanding the API, those kinds of technical features. Now, we don't understand that. Considering the fact that I come from computers background, I could still figure my way out. But yeah, so getting buy-in from IT was the toughest challenge in my organization. So that happened. But eventually, I think over a period of time, people also understood the importance when employees themselves started talking good about when the performance management system in the first phase was automated. People understood it is good for them. They see, they can track how their performance is happening on a daily basis. They can get feedback from the managers on a regular basis. So slowly and steadily, then you gain the confidence and then you go ahead. That's how it is.
Beautiful. So I just want, because in the, paucity of the time, so I'll be touching on the last two questions and then I'll open for the Q&A with the, audience. So here also in the room, like many other women with great ideas, they do struggle to take their first step in this particular, domain. So what advice would you like to give to aspiring women entrepreneurs in terms of like validating their ideas or thoughts and building a very strong business plan so that they survive, they become successful in that?
Challenging question because there's so much of confusion inside the head. So how much can I answer it? But the time and year that we're sitting in, there are immense example of women leaders, women entrepreneurs, and there are interesting challenges on both the patterns. As women leaders, you are alone on the top, right? And you're anyway working as an entrepreneur. So Ginny Ronetti in IBM as CEO would have driven AI cloud computing at that time. Then Arunati Bhattacharya as a chairman in SBI drove so many interventions. There is Falguni Nair driving Nika. You have MobiQuick as a CEO, women driving. There is another. There are many, many examples. So this is the time of the year that we're sitting in where we should understand the trick of how it works. For women, and the trick, I think there was another New Zealand prime minister, very, very famous for this example. The village comes together to raise a child, right? And that's how women also work. Resources come together to work. So if I am a working woman sitting here, and I was also part of EY, so world is crazy in consulting. And of course, everywhere else, entrepreneurs can't even question. But how do I survive, and how will an entrepreneur survive? Is find your resources, have the will, and make them your enabler. We are not in a situation where we think about how bogged down we can be. We are out of that. And if India is working on raising a lot of unicorns because we are enabling startups, there is an immense opportunity. Now how do we leverage that is beyond just gender, because how do you handle your socio-economic situation is also up to you. And that's the first thing I started off in the first question is, as a woman, how you handle your in-laws, or how you handle your parents, or how you handle your society. If they're bogging you down, that is a traditional question. You better answer it. You better handle it. This is not the year that we discuss situations that we are not able to handle it. If you're clear that you want to do something, be it a CEO, be it an entrepreneur, if you're clear, you better make everyone else clear. Then how do you drive it is picking up resources, making your right conversation with the husband, which our first panel taught us how to handle it. That is the trick that we have to pick up. If you want a full-time maid, if your family is not okay eating food from a maid, they better learn it, because maids are clean, they cook neat food. You train the maid, but I will go out and work. If my child is at a parent-teacher meeting and I mean, that's a parent-teacher meeting and I'm here today sitting in IIM Raipur, that's a decision that I've taken. So I think the way women entrepreneurial plan to be either the next leaders in the next 20 years, or you pick up an entrepreneurial journey right on, the trick that you pick up is how do you leverage the resources around you, and is it in your will to be it, then you will do it. We do not need a sorry state, we need enablers to drive equity. We don't need to be pushed, we can push ourselves, right?
What do I share after such power panel in the morning and now Nupur, debriefing it all together? Yeah. So I'm sure this is equally a challenge for our dear men in few years as well, because if we are nurturing women so much to to come forward and all of that, so I'm sure it is going to be a common dialogue as to who is the earning member and who is the caregiver and things like that. So I don't see too much of a challenge in this generation, at least. I mean, I assume, where I'm sure all of you are identifying that be it parenting, be it householding, be it elderly care, and all of these are a joint decision and a partnership. Now, while on the personal front, it is about partnership, and on the work front, it is about mentorship, coaching that you will have to enable yourself with. And I think Anjali was also mentioning earlier that how you find a mentor, and then the strength of mentor is to help you understand where are your strengths and things like that. And also about allyship, which is very important, because allyship not only from the cross-gender perspective, but also for your own initiative. Many a times, initiatives and projects and processes that you drive in, you need allyship from your own gender network as well. Apart from that, a very, very great element that we are recognizing, and I'm sure within the D&I space, we are talking more and more profoundly, is your net worth is your network. So what is the network that you have created for yourself is very important. Can you be part of communities? Can you invest your time for your own self? Be part of those communities which will help you build your capabilities, which will help you build your career aspirations. So identify such communities. I mean, this is common for both men and women, right? I mean, because this is the days, of course, all of you are in the Insta life, when you come to the practical corporate life, having your communities and network is something like your Insta. Right. I mean, it is so much so important that you are aware of what is happening. And another important element to add on is constant learning. So this is another important element, because trends are changing so fast, not just in technology sector, but then in many other sectors. And then each advancement, I mean, as India, wanting to reach the third largest economy, I'm sure there's a lot of avenues that opens up. So how relevant are we keeping ourselves with the trends? How how comparative we are with the global economy, because we are no more just India, right? I mean, we are talking these days about the global economy. So how relevant can we be, and how relevant can we challenge the West back? So all of these things are also an important ingredient to keep it going.
Wonderful. So I just request both of you please to keep it slightly short, so otherwise we will not be able to touch upon the last. Yes. No. You can take 1 to 2 minutes. Yeah.
I have a very simple mantra in life. This is not only for the girls in the room, it's for the boys as well. So you guys can listen. This is not women centric. So there's when you get out of bed, you have to, when you go into work, unless you're passionate about what you do, don't go to it. So the first thing that you need is passion if you want to start a business. Two, without a plan, you're going to head nowhere. Great idea, went down the tube, business failed, right? So you've got to have a plan. You guys have fabulous networks, mentoring systems, so you have all of that now. Very great mentorship program here for entrepreneurship as well. So I'm sure you have all of that as a backup. So, but plan well before you start your business, okay? The next is perseverance. You cannot expect to succeed in 6 months in a year. You've got to be there for the long run. You have to persevere. You'll fall, you'll fail. I've been running a business for 26 years. The amount of times I wanted to just shut down and go home and give up the business, I've lost count, and too many times. But if you persevere, you'll actually be at a point where you're proud of what you've achieved. So persevere. And perfection. There is no shortcut for that. You have to aim for perfection. You might fail. And I know Dhanya was very kind to everybody, saying that, these things happen, you can fall, you can pick up, but you have to aim for it. That has to be the goal. Because if you say you want to be the best at what you want to do, and you want to aim for it, you will get there. You might not be perfect, but there is no replacement for wanting to do the best you can. And for me, the ultimate goal is perfection, right? So that path, if you carve for yourself, all of you will succeed. Not the girls, not the guys. All of you will be fantastic successes. Thank you.
I would just like to say that, see, technology is not gender biased, right? So in today's AI age, women have to be there. More and more women, I would say, have to get into technology for sure. In terms of resources, I would quickly want to quote, if you guys are not aware, TechCrunch is something that everybody should subscribe to if you are interested in technology, so that you stay ahead of the curve and you know what is required in terms of technology and what has already been done. And in terms of networking groups, for women, there are a lot of groups and cohorts like Sheroes, Girls Who Code. All these kinds of organizations are actually supporting a lot of women to take up entrepreneurship, and they tell you the right path, and the resources also are provided there. Thanks.
Wonderful sharing of those links, and they definitely, I think it's been very helpful for them also. So the last one, but I just request all of you to keep it as short as you can, maybe in right. So like venture capital funds, they remains heavily skewed. It may be a biased thought also, but I just leave it to you. So venture capital funding remains, heavily skewed towards male-led startups. So what strategies can women entrepreneurs, can use to attract investors and they can secure funding for their tech ventures? So we can start with Janki also, and maybe, one or two lines you can
Wrong
give the
person.
pointers.
I don't have any VC funding, and
No,
we're self-sustaining. So, but yeah, but I did get seed capital very long back when I started, and I gave it back with interest. So I think goes back to, again, having a good plan, a good idea, a good execution plan. I don't think it's got to do with, again, women or whatever. Funding is all about what they see, what you'll succeed at, right? So if you can convince them that you have a sustainable, executable plan, and there is an idea behind it that is actually relevant to the market that you want to address, I don't think the funding is a challenge. There's enough VC, they're looking for good plans, actually. Right now, I would think there's a paucity of that, and it's not about businesses going to them. They're looking for good business ideas and people with the conviction to execute it. If you have it, you'll get it.
I would just quickly want to add, government is also taking up a lot of such initiatives. NASCOM also actually provides a lot of funding to women entrepreneurs in technology space as well. So we need to find out, every state government is actually investing into such entrepreneurs. I think that should help.
Please. In fact, like the government is also doing consulting. EY also does Women Entrepreneur of the Year, and then they do get support, and a lot of startups do compete in that. So, and bang on to the point, irrespective of the gender, I think if you're thorough with the plan, and women, again, while I don't want to add gender, but we are so good at selling. So I think if you're so sure about the idea and the way you sell it, it just it has to work.
So
But
possibly,
thorough with
yeah,
the plan.
yeah, wonderful. So possibly this was guided with the facts or the any report, data which is being reflected that still there's a long way for the, women entrepreneurs to achieve that milestone. So yeah, you can add on.
One
please.
thing, but we have to believe in ourselves. I think if you don't have it, you're not going to get it.
No, that itself, because,
I think like Aditi said, raise your hand, ask
Yeah.
for it, you get it.
Yeah.
Half of us don't believe that we can, or we're due for it, or we're good at it and we actually deserve it, right? So if you believe you deserve it, you'll get it.
So in your journey also, you might have seen, a lot many things have been evolved so far when you started and
Oh,
where
yeah.
you are.
I'm
So
in a
that
space
itself-
which is very, very male dominated.
Yes,
And
that
I
is-
still go to some customers where I'm the only woman vendor. I have 25 years of going to that building and I'm the only woman vendor. They're like, "Aapka bag check karne ki zarurat nahi." I'm like, "Why?" It's
Uh-huh.
like, I don't have a woman to check your bag. There's only men to check. I said, I'm okay with that, but
Yeah.
so it's fine, yeah. But you get used to it, and after some time, they take you seriously. It's fun.
So wonderful, and thank you so much to all of you for your kind inputs. May I just request all of you to give a big round of applause. And now I'll be opening the forum for the Q&A. So those who have questions, please raise your hands and you can pass on the mic, please.
First, can I?
Okay, okay.
Dying to ask.
Yeah, you are leaving, so we can. And
Thank you, thank you. So this is to Nupur. You said innovation in scorecard as a stick approach. I mean, I thought carrot maybe, but stick approach surprising. Do you think every role in your organization innovation is possible?
So the basic scorecard which is used is the balance scorecard, which has your finance, customer, process, people, right? And essentially, the process scorecard, while that tracks your normal KPI, but when we drive innovation, what we add is that is an additional weightage, and if that gets validated, so the innovation scorecard is a 2x2 grid of where we assess impact. So few of the organizations do instill it. And if you're instilling it, you don't want 100%, which is obviously not possible. But the select few people who actually innovate, their ideas are pruned, the impact analysis is derived, and then it becomes a project which is given to a cross-functional team. Then they drive it seriously. So to encourage ideas, it is started at a mass level, but 100% ideas get pruned down to actually 2% actually getting implemented. But that's how we started it. So whichever behavior you want to encourage, create a framework around it. And while you want a lot of percentage, it trickles down to few and it goes on for years and it is impactful, then the percentage increases. But yeah, you can't force innovation, but you initiate it as part of framework.
Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting question.
Good afternoon, panel. A very happy Women's Day to you. I feel very honored to share this room with you today. My question is for Ms. Nupur. Ma'am, could you elaborate on the specific role and impact of women leaders in mergers and acquisitions, especially considering the history of the Sun Pharma and Baxi merger from the perspective of human resource?
Awesome amount of research done, people. Yes, so Sun Pharma is known for a lot of mergers and acquisitions over the period of years, and Ranbaxy and Taro were one of the very complicated mergers, and Ranbaxy was the fuel to it, right? It added the fuel to Sun, which we tremendously needed at that time. So and yes, so your question has been interestingly added with an element of women driving mergers and acquisition. Okay. Matlab, question B. So I'm going to answer it again in two formats. One is that mergers and acquisition requires an extreme amount of due diligence. That's like a concept altogether. But the essential element which Mr. Dilip Shangvi drives is he is so good at understanding business with his Superman skill that he has, that he understands that what are the liabilities he's bringing in, and that is called due diligence, you know. And I'll bring the women element later, but the first answer is how mergers and acquisitions is thriving is by a prudent due diligence of all the risk and financials and even the people aspects. At that time, organizations used to not understand people aspects seriously. What if that organization has a number of litigations? And you've touched upon Ranbaxy, and that's the truth. When we picked up Ranbaxy, till now we're cleaning up the people litigations, right? And we are at the year that we are now out of it. But that's the truth. And if women drive due diligence, and we used to do that in EY, the way we used to look at it, we used to look at holistically, and the conversations of a negotiation required in a merger and acquisition is of a skill that I should not be biased in saying that, but women might just be better in doing that. But not taking away the advantage of men, because I'm taking an example of Dilip Shangvi single-handedly driving that. So yes, that man is a superman in driving that. Women do that naturally. So I hope I'm trying to answer both the elements of this question. Merger is an extremely complicated deal to crossover, and a lot of few firms do it very well. But yeah, women can definitely bring that edge of negotiation. Yeah.
We have, yeah, this side also we have.
Hello, I'm Anindita Datta, PGV batch 2325. And thank you all. It was really inspirational to listen to all of you speak. And I have a question from Janki ma'am. You were talking about how entrepreneurial success is not only about the startup, but we need to take ownership of it. So, on that context, how do you navigate situations where your innovative ideas are overlooked or maybe dismissed, especially because they are new to the idea, or they may lack confidence about the person bringing the idea to the table?
Ooh, tough one. Okay. So how do you navigate? Okay, so if let's assume you have a great idea and it's not looked at. You have two ways to do it. One is the collaboration that the earlier panel talked about, right? Have more people talk about it, bring it up in another forum or the same forum, and you know, back for you. One option is that, and two is, I think you can take your time, come back like Aditi did, think about it for a week, go back and you know fight another fight, a battle, right? So you don't give up. First fundamental point, okay? Because if the thought is great, somewhere दूसरे को भी चमक जाएगा. You know, sometimes the bosses are duffer. You know, they don't get it. I'm a boss, so I tell you that. Okay, so they don't get it the first time, but you go back enough number of times, they'll get it. And then they realize, okay, yes, this makes sense for the organization, it makes sense for the project, or it's a great marketing plan, whatever it is, right? So first of all, you've got to persevere and go back and push for it. Two, you could collaborate and have somebody else bat for you. I wouldn't go for it, but sometimes it works. It's a very strong this thing to say collaborate with people, but I think nothing like standing on your own 2 feet and being able to convince. It gives you the confidence next time to ideate more, you know, because one, you've managed, the one success is like a big shot in the arm, and then you would come up with better ideas. Three other people are inspired by you. Nothing like being the inspiration in a team as well, right? So I think you've just got to push and not give up. I think that's my fundamental answer to it.
Any more questions, please? Yeah, this side, please.
So good afternoon, panelists. I'm Ashu Singh. Ma'am, my question is directed towards Ms. Kasturi, ma'am. Ma'am, Francis and Taylor is a renowned journal. And these days we hear a lot about open science, science for all, open access. What are the things that Taylor and Francis are doing? Because considering it's a renowned journal, every scientist wants to publish there. What is Taylor and Francis' view on the open access of all these papers and everything?
So you're asking me to narrate the milestones for this year. While I can't place it for the reasons that, you know, it is not confidential as such, because it's more evolving, because this is what we are laying as our, focus area for the rest of the year. So it's still. Yeah. So, but to bring it to the consideration, the focus is out there for us. So, in fact, I mean, a lot of consolidation of our tech investment that we did last year has now been channelized for open access to bring in a lot of innovation. To also enable a lot of AI related mechanisms to support the open access, and there is a lot of legacy things that has to be redone, which is what is on the focus. Now, beyond this, I'll not be able to share.
Thank you very much.
So I think this is all we have the questions. Okay, one more, two more, I think. Quickly, please.
Hello, I'm Priyanka Sharma, batch 2325. So this question is for Nupur. As for any pharmaceutical company, R&D department is like an asset. As you stated, like only 34% of women are part of the R&D department. And in earlier panel, they stated like if women are given the equity in all the sectors, our Indian GDP will skyrocket from 8% to 27%. So I just wanted to know why women are not stepping and taking any step toward R&D department, and what pharmaceutical company like yours is taking some initiatives towards that.
So R&D centers that we have in Baroda and Gurgaon have been our target for this year and next year, let me put it. But we don't pressurize and force D&I. That's what I think the first panel was also insisting, and I will also reinstate the same thing. You don't force a gender, you force merit. So if you have the number of CVs which are equally women and men, the right skill person will get selected. And the example, the question for you all is here. In the classroom here, I see a good percentage of women, right? And then what happens when we go to the corporates? Why suddenly the numbers dwindle? So the question is that we all think about it, that our key life cycles and milestones in our life, like marriage, like kid, second kid, kids illness, what the first panel was talking about it. Why are these milestones so heavily expected to be driven by women? So the funnel from campus to corporate reduces. And women in a percentage in India, when our R&D Sun Pharma numbers are 12.7, R&D is at 34%, which is not bad, but it's not good enough. We still want to increase more, and based on the merit and skill. So yes, Sun Pharma is focusing on driving more awareness. How do we do that? You don't force a gender, you propagate more, and you encourage right amount of campus hiring at the right time. If the funnel of the CV has good amount of women and men applying, based on skill, you will get selected. And if you sustain yourself, and if organization keeps on providing the right enablers, you will keep on growing in the career ladder. So that's how R&D works. You join as a scientist, junior scientist, senior scientist, principal, blah blah blah, and that's how women continue. It's quite a comfortable, rewarding role, and that's how it starts. So yes, that is one of the key agenda. Sun Pharma is focusing on a lot of D&I interventions, a lot of campus interventions that we'll be driving specifically for R&D and career path visibility. All of that interventions together will, I'm sure, increase the percentage. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's it. So let me just quickly summarize your thoughts, and we can recap on that part also. So you need to keep some factors in mind before entering into this domain. As you know, the panel have suggested that you have to have your locus of control or internal locus of control very strong. This conviction should be there with you. idea, whatever idea we are thinking, we should think aloud that how much sustainability component is there in this idea, and also need not to be part of any ecosystem, but you can think like an entrepreneur in a corporate also. Also accept whatever initial struggle or challenges or failures we face and try to learn from those failures and again restart your journey by taking some mentors in the corporate or in the system wherever you are at present that time. In addition to that, the panel also highlighted on some of the key examples like Nupur ma'am have suggested diversity component, how they have worked and they able to created a milestone in Devas and in MP region. Also during the pandemic, how the data and facts have been solely created for the WHO projects and how other innovative in terms of quality or product or process being taken care at Usha also. So to quickly, wrapping up, your network is your net worth. You have to work with your good passion, wherever and whatever you work. Also, you have to have a great idea in mind. And what panelists suggested that your perseverance component should be on a higher side. Also, never compromise in terms of your quality. Always look for that perfection, and there is no shortcut for success in your life. So keep those words in mind and also practice these words and these suggestions to make your life more meaningful, impactful, and successful for a bigger cause and bigger society well-being. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the panelists, and we'll wrap up here. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for your insights. I would like to request Professor Anubha to felicitate the guests with a token of appreciation. Ms. Anjali Trehan.
Miss Janaki Krishnamurthy.
I'll give both and maybe later you can take care of that. That will
Ms. Kasturi Kotha.
Miss Nupur Ajit D'Souza.
I would now like to invite Professor Rashmi Shukla to felicitate our moderator.
With great delight, I invite all our distinguished torchbearers to congregate for a memorable photograph. Let's record this momentous occasion in a way that will eternally symbolize the valuable relationships and insights we've shared today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the thank you.
I request all of you to kindly proceed for the high tea. We request the students to remain seated as the guests leave.
We leave it here. Yeah, please leave it. You can leave it.
Welcome everyone. With our energy still high, let us proceed with our third panel on cultivating future leaders, young women in management. Let's welcome our brilliant moderator, Professor Nidhi Sharma. Professor Nidhi Sharma is a retired income tax officer. Professor Nidhi Sharma is a retired income tax officer from the Indian Revenue Service, batch of 2000. She did her postgraduate diploma in business management from GHSIMR, Kanpur, and postgraduate program Public Management and Policy from IIM, Ahmedabad. She has been posted as Additional Commissioner of Income Tax Training and Capacity Building at the Directorate of HRD Central Board of Direct Taxes in New Delhi since February 2016. Prior to this posting, she was a faculty member at Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, Mussoorie, from 2010 to 2015. At Labasna, she was a faculty coordinator for economics and taught economics to both the induction level civil servants and senior civil servants. A certified leadership trainer by the Center for Creative Leadership, USA, she has facilitated several leadership workshops for introduction level training of fresh entrants to civil services and mid-career training programs of the IAS officers. We welcome you, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed panelists today represent a diverse spectrum of experience, expertise, and achievements. Let's begin by introducing the first member of our distinguished panel, Ms. Meeta Kapoor. A seasoned media and content strategist, currently serves as the head of content strategy at Beto. In her previous role as the head of programming at DocuBay, she played a pivotal role. Meeta has also excelled in creative roles, serving as a creative director at Optimistics Production House and as a consultant at NDTV. Her extensive career spans supervisory. Meeta is academically accomplished, having completed an executive program Strategic Digital Marketing from the University of Cambridge, an MA in Mass Communication from MCRC, and a Bachelor of Fine Arts from the College of Art. We welcome you, ma'am.
Ms. Namita Khurana. She is currently serving as the Principal Director at Accenture Strategy and Consulting, bringing over a decade of experience to her role. Prior to her current position, she held various roles within Accenture Analytics, progressing from consultant to senior manager. Namita ma'am's professional journey also includes serving as a research associate at TERI, the Energy and Resources Institute. She holds a master's degree in business managerial economics and a bachelor's degree in mathematics, both from Delhi University. With a strong educational background and extensive experience in strategy and consulting, Ms. Namita excels in driving impactful solutions for her clients at Accenture. We welcome you, ma'am.
Next on the panel, we have Ms. Medha Sarkar, CEO, FactWorks India Private Limited. Stands as a dynamic leader with over 16 years of impactful contribution to research and analytics. In her current role, she spearheads strategic initiatives at FactWorks, leveraging India's talent pool to elevate global research services and innovative methodologies. Demonstrating prowess in both quantitative and qualitative research across 100+ countries and various industries, Medha excels in deciphering customer behavior and transforming data into actionable insights. Her fervent commitment to data-driven decision-making is evident in navigating complex landscapes and fostering relationships with stakeholders from diverse backgrounds. Educational qualifications include an MBE in Business Economics from Delhi University and a BSc in Economics from Presidency College, further augmenting her leadership in research and analytics. We welcome you, ma'am.
Ms. Shalini Shingari, a seasoned growth leader in digital lending with extensive experience in fintech, telecom, and consumer businesses, currently serves as Senior Director at Pine Labs. With Pine Labs since July 2023, Shalini previously held the role of Vice President, Digital Lending at the same company. During her tenure at Home Credit India, where she was Vice President, Digital Enablement and Sales, she spearheaded the launch of a fully digital channel for the personal loan portfolio, significantly enhancing lead generation and sales volume. Ms. Shalini's career also includes impactful roles at Tata Telebusiness Services and Virgin Mobile India. She holds a senior management program certification from the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and a PGDIT in Information Technology from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies. We welcome you, ma'am.
Next, we have Ms. Namrata Devan. Ms. Namrata leads the corporate communications and public relations practice at Zydus Wellness with an aim to advance the company's corporate narrative, growth priorities, and sustainability agenda among various stakeholders. Ms. Namrata is also focused on building brand identity and curating compelling messaging and positioning for the company. An avid storyteller with more than a decade experience in communications and crisis resolution, Namrata has held leadership roles at Indian conglomerate Reliance Industries Limited and Dutch semiconductor manufacturer XP Semiconductors. Namrata holds an MA in Public Relations from University of Mumbai and a certificate in Public Policy from Takshila University. We welcome you, ma'am.
We are truly honored to have such accomplished individuals with us today. I would request Professor Rashmi Shukla, ma'am, to come on stage and welcome our guests. Ms. Anjali Tenha. Ms. Medha Sarkar. Ms. Meeta Kapoor. Ms. Namita Khurana. Ms. Namrata Diwan. Ms. Shalini Shingari. Professor Nidhi Sharma. Thank you, ma'am. We request Professor Nidhi to take the discussion ahead.
So thank you so much. A very warm welcome to all our panelists here. And we are very lucky to have a very eclectic mix of people here who will draw upon their, very diverse kind of experiences to share with us some thoughts. But before we get into, hearing about that, I would like to just frame this discussion in the context of the topic that we have today, which is cultivating future leaders. So what are leaders? What do they actually do? They are people who possibly guide, protect their tribe, and lead them to a desirable goal. In the wild, it would be somebody who had a physical prowess to protect the tribe against those dangers. But with the cognitive revolution, studies have shown that the two skills which are very, very critical to be a leader are possibly, can you guess? Communication and networking. And there are further studies to show, which have studied the human brain, that there is dimorphism in human brain. And women are naturally more inclined to be better at both these skills. However, interestingly, we don't see that reflected either in polity or in business or in social life, right? So this is an interesting paradox which we observe. Maybe there is time to try and understand what can be done to redeem or redress some of these things. it is with this background, a lot of data has been thrown around, but this is the broad backdrop against which we would like to understand from our distinguished panelists here. Through their own journeys, they can reflect on these issues. And in the first round, I would like to invite all of you to just talk a little bit about the struggles that you yourself faced in your journeys towards reaching these heights that you have, the social structures which either supported you or inhibited you in going forward, and where was it that you found support? There would be mentors or some other social structure. So these are three things that I would like you to reflect on based on your own personal journeys. And if you agree, we can just go in the order in which we are seated, right?
I think I really had it easy, actually. Yeah. But I often say that research chose me. I did not choose research. I was pretty much like you, a summer intern, had no clue what research is about. I just wanted an internship. And I was told that, there is this company that comes here every year. It's called whatever, IMRB. And I just read up very quickly, right? One night before interview, my second day in internship, I was head over heels in love with what we were doing. The very unique characteristic of my industry is that at least until the middle management level, you have a lot of women leaders. Yeah. It starts tapering off more at the top end. Globally, as of 2022, I think 23% of research agencies are owned by women. That number seems small, but because the industry itself is quite small, it's a small world, people know each other. It's very common to hear about women-led teams or oh god, women legends in the world of research. So there are lots of role models, yeah, and you could very easily decide who you want to observe, and which of their skills is to be absorbed and incorporated. So I also got lucky because I had lots of mentors, both men and women, and they had very different styles. Uh, each of them were coaching me in different areas. So some were coaching me in terms of people management, and all of these with very subtle hints. If you won't really understand that it is direct mentorship, but it's through those subtle nudges, etc., etc. So I had lots of mentors throughout my life, and after that, I also did some crazy things. Yeah, I decided I want international exposure, and then constant 1.5 years of rejections, applications, and so on. I moved to Manila, Philippines, and I was already married at the time. My husband said, "Okay, we are just moving, bag and baggage," and that's it. He put a pause on his career. So in this case, and there was no question asked, there was not even a debate. We are just going. That's it. Yeah. And when I landed, I had again amazing clients who sort of really guided me through the process. So I think to that extent, I've been like super lucky with lots of wonderful male and female mentors teaching different aspects. My own family also sort of were very supportive. Once I came, then we moved to Germany. I already had an infant at that time, and we had no daycare. We were reaching, and 5 days after, I had to start working again in my new role. So this time my in-laws stood up and said, "You know what, how do you even care? Why do you even care? We'll take turns for 6 months at least. We'll come to Berlin while you settle in, navigate a new country, adapt. We'll just come." So they rose to that. They rose up. And after that, it was also my mom who came. So for 6 months, I did not really have to struggle. And we used that time to, sort of really settle down, etc. And in my new company again, where it's going to be 6 years for me at this company, it was set up by two good men, but they love their women running the show. So we have three offices in 3 countries. We have 4 CEOs, 3 women, 1 man who is also one of the founders of the company. two Indian women, by the way. Yeah, I am here. I moved back from Berlin to set up the India office, and another Indian CEO is in US. Yeah. So see, for me, it was really about being able to observe these amazing role models, whether men, women, and research is one area where you don't really talk about women researchers or male researchers. You're either a good researcher or you're a bad researcher. Yeah. And you're a quant researcher, qual researcher, perhaps at max. But so gender never really played a role. And I think what's also interesting is that because of a high proportion of women, at least until mid management, there is a lot of camaraderie between genders. Yeah. So you don't really come across these. If you have to ask me if I faced any form of sexism, etc., in so many years, or if I know of instances, the answer is going to be a flat no. Yeah, because also of a very healthy balance. But there are other challenges. When we're coming back to India, for instance, we were applying for schools. And then there was one particular school, long questionnaire. They want to know a lot about, what the parents do, what the child likes, etc. And then if both parents are working, who is going to take care of the child? This was a question in the questionnaire. I'm like, you're a school. How does it matter what the kid does at home and who looks after the kid? So these were the sort of challenges, so to say, or pressures, but not really so much in the industry. It's a really healthy place. Yeah.
Hello. So first of all, thank you for having me here. And I'd like to thank all of you for the kind hospitality that you've shown us. And it's really nice to see youngsters not looking down at their phone. So many of you, at least in the front rows. So that's a pleasant change. So I come from the industry of media and television. And as glamorous as it looks in the front, it's really completely non-glamorous for the people who are working behind the camera. So I'll just start off like I was newly married out of my MA at Jamia when I started working for Mr. Pradeep Sarkar, who made Parinita. And I would start my day at 5 in the evening and finish at 5 in the morning. And by the time I would get back home, my husband would be going to work. And so first 6 months of my marriage were like that. But I chose that, and my husband completely supported me in that. So yes, a good support system goes a long way in you trying to make a mark, because unlike the management world, way back, I'm talking about 96, the television industry was not so structured at that time. And, there were no clear roles as such. So now it's far better, with all the channels and the things that have come up, and we have an industry status now and things like that. But yes, earlier on, it was each person for their own self, and I would be the single woman or the single female in a crew full of men. And like them, I would be sleeping on the studio couches if the shift ran long. So yes, there was no scope to complain. And I didn't want to complain also, that was not in my nature. I wanted to learn as much as I could from my mentors. And most of my mentors across my career have been men. And some of them have been Mr. Pradeep Sarkar, Mr. Siddharth Basu, Mr. Mike Pandey, because I've always been in this line in the non-fiction genres like news, entertainment, documentary, reality shows. So I've done the whole gamut. And even the way back then, we would travel across the country for shoots and things like that. I chose to do it on my own. I would not have a chaperone. I would be fearless about it. So I think courage is a very big quality, which I would encourage women, to inculcate and to go for it, because, like the luck favors the bold, and if you take the step, if you believe in yourself, you believe in your convictions, and you take that step, you will always reach your destination, no matter what. I have been lucky that I have not really experienced any, bad, I've not had any bad experiences as such. But yes, there is a lot of bullying as it is in any industry, so, but to hold your own ground, is a very big thing. And to know that you have that support back home. There have been many times that I have quit a job because I thought I was not being treated properly or fairly. And even though we were a young couple, married couple, we had financial burdens. My husband never put that stress on me that, no, you have to continue in this job, you have to lose your self-respect and kind of, just for the materialistic reasons, kind of stick on. So I've been very fortunate in that respect, because I think your self-respect is very, very important. And when you know that you're right and you've been treated badly, it's very important to kind of take a stand at that point in time. So yes, having a good life partner is part of your success story as well. I would say that. And I think my husband would say that for me as well, because I have supported him in similar ways. And what else can I add? I think that's it. Thank you.
Good to hear so much positive stuff. So for me, it's not been that easy. While I was not planning to pick that point, this specific point, what I'm going to talk about in this conversation, but while we were discussing at lunch, I thought, why not, right? I mean, might just help somebody sitting in the audience as well. So, when I was a kid, I was very outgoing, extrovert, fully involved in extracurricular activities, that blue-eyed kid in a school, right? For everybody. That was the kind of person I was. And then my health started declining. I think I was in class 7 when it started happening, and nobody could diagnose. It went on for 3-4 years. It reached through a stage wherein big neurosurgeons, declined in terms of, rejected in terms of operating on me, because it was that bad situation. So by the time I did my college and master's, I was trying to recover, right? It was very, very, very tough. So it was just like, I need to pass that phase. And after that, and it was very tough for my family as well, because we were going through a lot of financial stress as well, because huge money is going into the treatment and all of that stuff. Well, I'm not trying to, it's not a reality show or not, sympathy card or victim card. It's just that I'm calling it out because it actually, carved my path for the next 10 years that I had in corporate. And that is what it's extremely important for me to, come out with the right learnings, which can probably help you. That's what I really wanted to do. So when I started working, it was a very simple life I was living, right? So I had not stepped into an airplane till the second year when I started working. Not my education, my master's, I was not going to any of the parties, because my only objective was to do something good, help my family, establish myself, create a stable future. And that's what I was completely focused on. And it's very tough in corporate, because when, freshers start working, there's, you really need to look cool. That's the perception that people have, especially boys. I'm not trying to, make that differentiation here, but that's what at least my experience was. But I was pretty focused. I have to achieve it. And I worked really, really hard to, reach a level 6-7 years down the line, from flying in economy to flying in business class, which I earned on the basis of all that hard work that I'd put in. And the growth that I had was almost twice than what an average individual would have in an organization. And it was all because of hard work. I'm calling it here because I don't believe in any quota system. For me, the only thing that matters is excellence. And when I say excellence, there is no excuse to it. Excellence in your intellectual capability, in your social, emotional capability, your cultural capability, your psychological capability, that's what you need to work on in building that capital. Because when we say cultivating that future leaders, for me, internal and external are equally important factors. These are your internal factors that you really, really need to work on. And this will enable you to build in that confidence in yourself. When I say excellence, for me, that also means embracing your imperfections and work towards improvising and not being harsh on yourself. But working towards it is a win in itself. That gut, that confidence to understand your goals, your objectives, creating a boundary of yourself and communicating that, that's extremely important element.
And keep your, as mutual fund, we say diversified portfolio, keep your life also as a diversified portfolio because the risk would reduce. And similarly, on the external side of things, the three critical factors that I feel are really influencing this is, a lot of times, because I mean, the same point that Nidhi was mentioning, men are actually doing a lot when it comes to leadership. Maybe we are associating a lot of times leadership with that authoritative, dominant aspect, which is not. And the conversation is not about male and female for me. It's about masculine and feminine capabilities and the features that you need to inculcate in that leadership aspect. And that's what men need to learn from women, and women need to learn from men. It's very situational. That's one part that we really, really need to work on. And the second part is essentially creating that enabling system that support. Because at work, we always say there is no I, right, at office. It has to be a we because we're working as a team. And same thing applies, I think, at home as well. When we are actually creating a home, family members are coming together, there should be equal responsibility that each of us share. We need to complement each other and not compete with each other. And that will enable creating the right career path for women as well. You really need to focus on making sure that whenever women come back to work, or if there is a career break, you are giving them the right support system. So those three are the external factors, I think, which all of us, men and women, should ideally need to work together to make sure women are thriving as well.
So before I actually move on to talk about certain factors that have defined my professional as well as personal journey and the structures that have supported, I'm just going to talk about a little social survey that we recently did in our organization. And we asked our employees one question. It was a riddle. And this was widely circulated over the internet as well a few years back. I'm going to just put it out here. Maybe you can answer it in your own minds and then later evaluate. So a father was driving his son for a job interview at a large, where the son was applying for at a large stockbroking company. Just as they arrive at the parking lot of the company, the son receives a call. He looks at his father. The father says, "Go ahead, son, answer it." The son answers the call. The call is from the CEO of the company. The caller on the other side says, "Good luck, son. You've got this." The son hangs up the call. He looks at his father, who's still sitting beside him. And the question is, how did this actually happen? So the answer to this is that the call was from the mother. But nobody in our organization, a lot of people were saying, "Oh, it was probably the second father." Or, maybe the father had stepped out of the car. There were different answers that we got for this, right? But nobody really thinks that it could have been the mother. So the point is, and this has been a defining moment in my life as well, because it really narrows down to how we stereotype roles, and which, like Namita mentioned, has a lot to do with internal factors. And when I talk about internal factors, I am referring to social conditioning of us as women. A lot of times, and I've seen this, so my mother is double MA, MBA. My sister is a PhD. And I've seen them both give up their careers when they were at the peak of it. And I've seen a lot of other women also actually give up their careers despite having the best of education, and which is what I think Nupur was also mentioning in the previous panel, that, the funnel. After, there are a lot of women who will be here at good educational institutes, but when they reach the management level, that funnel really narrows down because women quit midway. And that is because of a lot of societal pressures. That is because we are socially conditioned to think in a certain way. And for me, that was something that
I really did not want to, when I saw my mother and sister, for me, it was, I do not want to be constrained by this. Fortunately, the men in my family have been accelerators. My father has been an accelerator for me. And like Meeta and Medha mentioned, my husband has been an accelerator for me. And there have been days when I really don't like to cook. So he is the one who cooks for us every night. And recently I moved to Ahmedabad for a job and he is still in Bombay. We are doing long distance after marriage. So that's, I think, besides social conditioning, it is also, like you say that men can be in charge and they can be caregivers. Women can be caregivers and be in charge. So I think for me, that has been the mindset which has really defined my experience and my journey, both professionally and personally. So, yeah.
Hi, everyone. I would say personal or professional at both levels, I was quite lucky. I never faced, except one stint in my life where I never faced any challenge or a bias of being a woman. Coming from a family where both my parents were working, uh, upbringing from a very middle class family, we were not so privileged the way our next generation is today. So after my 12th or my graduation, there was something in my head that abhi to job karna hai, I have to support my parents and I have to get a lifestyle which I'm looking forward to. I'm not saying that my parents or our parents are not, they don't provide us a good environment, but there was a desire. So I said, okay, after college I have to start working. Now the problem is, while doing my computer engineering, I realized I am not an engineering material. Ab kare kya? ये तो 3 साल तो यहाँ लगा दिए. So during that time, multimedia was a very booming, upcoming, what should I say, domain. अब क्या करें, पैसा तो लग चुका है आपका, मतलब 3 साल कॉलेज हो गए, पेरेंट्स आर गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉयज, you can't ask them anything, beyond a specific, a basic ask. I started working as a computer teacher in a school. And during that time, I asked my mom that I will do this program, which is 1 year program, which cost 20,000, right? My mom is like, you are going to waste money. I'm like, okay, let's do something. There's a barter system. I am earning something from this teaching profession in the morning. And in second half, I will join that program. Okay, so I am not putting your hard-earned money at stake. It is my earning, which is I am putting at stake. And that is something which has kind of defined my career, given me a step to go in that direction. And from there, I don't know how things started working out. During that program only, that center head offered me a faculty job. Not even, I haven't even completed the program. Okay, so in the morning, from 7 to 4, I was taking classes, and in evening, 5 to 7, I myself was completing my program. I was halfway of that program. Very interesting. Placement cell of that institute. You do conversations when you're a part of faculty or that administrative of the institute. So I have told them very clearly, teaching is not my cup of tea. I am just doing it because I wanted to do this program and I wanted to earn some money. They said, there is an open position. We have sent many students from our institute and no one has managed to crack it. Would you like to go? I said, do you want me to get killed by the center owner? She said, forget about it. We'll manage. You go for the interview. I went, I cracked it. So I got into the professional world from there. And somehow from there, one step, another step, next step. And I've just moved on, right? What I'm trying to highlight here is it's your passion and it's what you want to do is going to take you ahead. This is something which is very important other than the external factors, right? After this, what comes is the support you get from your parents, your in-laws, or your professional circle or the network. It is very important to have a supportive environment because as a woman, there are multiple stages in your life where you need support. Till the time you do not have your support system in place, you will not be able to focus on your professional life. So it is vital to have a settled support system, be it a cook at home, a house help who's managing your house, someone who is taking care of your child, or any other errands. Please set that up properly once you reach at that stage. Right now, whatever support system you need to continue with your studies, please look for that support system. Figure out a way, how is that possible, right? Because that is something which will help you grow in your professional as well as personal life. It is very important. You guys are doing your postgrad. I am sure after this, some of you will get married. Some of you will get into a professional world, work for some years. Some of you might have found your partners here only. You never know. I mean, I'm a mother of, what should I say? They're going to be adult now. I have twins. So I can very well connect with this thought. So be very selective when you select a life partner for yourself, when you choose a life partner for yourself. When two of them are together, when two of you are compatible, life is very different. I am very lucky to have supportive parents-in-laws, and the support system which was needed for me to take my professional journey from where I was to where I am today. Also, a major role which is being played by another critical factor in your life or people in your life is your friend circle. Especially for women, I would say. I mean, I feel we want to open up. We want to take out our troubles and share with our close ones, right? It is very important to have someone in your life with whom you can just puke out whatever is in your head, to give you that comfort, to take their opinions, to help you make right decisions. So please, these three critical factors. First thing, be passionate about what you want to do in life. Settle your support system, which will help you grow in life. Have good set of people or friends around you who guide you, who support you, and who can mentor you.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I would like to add something.
So we heard a lot about passion, right? And that brings me back to my industry. Research, you really have to work very long hours. You don't have a choice. It's a very understaffed industry since it's also very poorly paid. Not too many people want to join research. And you can stick there only if you are deeply, madly, fully in love, right? And it's a very consuming subject. It's going to suck you in and not going to let you go. We have this organization called WIRE internationally. Yeah, they're called Women in Research. Since 2007, they've been in every 5 years, they've been tracking the state of research, gender skew, what are the issues, etc. So their 2022 edition also shows that post-COVID, women are not really dropping out of research. They're refusing promotions. And why is that so? Because pandemic taught them that they're most comfortable working from home. They don't, because you don't necessarily need to be on site unless you're in a workshop situation or unless you're building something collaboratively. You don't really have a plant to go to. You don't have an R&D center where you need to have physical presence, right? So women are choosing to work from home, and that comes with compromising on their level. Yeah. So now WIRE is constantly trying to advocate for fully remote policies. And some good companies have also ensured that even if people take a step back, they are still retained at their original pay because they really are good at it. Yeah. But men are going to office, even if there is some sort of comfort level, even among them, to work from home. But with women, it is currently #1 issue. So what makes me feel good is we are not losing them entirely, but they're also refusing to take that step up or deliberately stepping down to have a more comfortable balance, so to say. Yeah.
So thank you so much. If I was to sum up the first round of these discussions, I understand almost all our participants have talked about the importance of support systems. Do not hesitate to ask for help where it is required. And this support systems comes from mentors within the workplace. It comes from your families. It comes from your friends. It comes from your partner. This is a very, very important support structure. And interestingly, all of them have highlighted that there will be no dearth of challenges. You are always going to have challenges. Support systems are just one thing which are external to you, but your internal mettle, your internal will, internal passion, which has also come across in all these stories, is something which is going to hold you instead. And that is what is going to help you make the most of the support system or the opportunities that come towards you. The other thing which I also found very, very interesting is have a diversified portfolio, which means that a job is not the be all and the end all, and it is not the end of definition of yourself. You are a much bigger person than just a job. So while doing it, make sure that you are balanced in your approach towards life itself, because then probably you will be able to see it in perspective, and a small failure does not appear like a complete mess, and nothing can be retrieved from it. Risk taking is another thing which came out. You have to take a chance in yourself and then move ahead. So having heard all these things now, I would invite the participants to reflect a little bit on something that they have been doing to mentor or nurture the second rung of upcoming women who would now be stepping into some of these similar situations, or something that their industries or companies have been doing, or even something that they would want to see happen to make sure that more of these young ladies come up and find their space under the sun.
So I talked a little bit about Wire, right? So internationally, they also offer networking opportunities for women. Researchers, they are also constantly advocating for various causes, and they're also providing a safe platform where women can surface whatever issues they're facing. So FactWorks as an organization, my current org, as I said, is also very different. We love our women. They're everywhere. And, it was, unfortunately, when I hired for India, I corrected a little bit for the gender skew because I have too many men in my team. And then my Berlin office asked, what are you doing? Anyway. So, we grow our own people. We don't really hire from outside. I was actually their first person of color hired at a director level for the Berlin office. Before me, there was no one. It was very white, very German space. Yeah. And then I realized that, oh my God, this company really grows its own people. They're very skeptical about hiring from the outside. And there are lots of such programs and mentorships in place. For instance, currently what we instituted is 3 quarterly development check-ins. How do these work? It's goals set by employees themselves, which they then, finalize after discussions with their manager. So the manager has some inputs here and there. Okay, you can try this, you can try that. But the goals are essentially set by the employee, irrespective of what gender, blah, 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 they come from. And then the manager's job is to ensure that roadblocks are cleared, right? But it's the employee's job to make sure that they get to the goal. What does this signal at an org level? One is we are putting you in charge of your goal. You can't complain later that you did not have a buy-in. It also keeps you on your toes because in 3 months' time, you're going to have a formal conversation with your manager. It's just a conversation, huh? It's not the appraisal. So you don't really have to feel the pressure, oh my God, I must make progress. You may not. And on a case-by-case basis, we are... Accountable. Yeah, exactly. There is accountability, right? So they do that. And so far, it's been going good. There are also some other things that I just recently tried. There was this project that I was working on with a young boy. And this is one of his first projects. And he asked me for some feedback. And I said, you do a SWOT and you come back. And he actually got it spot on. I couldn't have given him more feedback than that. He did this exercise just on a project basis, yeah? Again, it's not going to feed into his appraisal. But once he did it, he was, oh, yeah, it really forced me to think what I messed up and what I cannot do. And given it worked with him, I'm going to try that again. And what I learned from all my mentors is they have all been personally invested. They have asked me all kinds of questions about my personal life, blah, blah, blah. But not from a point of intruding, yeah, but genuinely because they were invested in my professional growth and they wanted to make sure that if something is making me very uncomfortable at a personal level, then they solve for it. So I sort of bring a bit of that to how I coach and mentor people. Every 2 weeks, I have catch up with each of my directs, whether they're here or sitting out of Berlin. And the agenda is set by them. Sometimes we have no agenda. We talk about movies, we talk about headlines. One fellow in my team is about to get, I mean, he wants to get married very quickly, but there's no girl in the picture. So a lot of the discussions is about, what do you think? You know, there's this doctor girl. She will keep very long hours. Should I? I'm like, are you serious? Are you telling me that long hours is a problem for you? Get a life. And then next day he will come back and say, okay, I thought more about it. So that's how we sort of utilize, and sometimes, of course, we also work a lot. But what this does is it sort of ends up creating a lot of interpersonal bond. I think we are happy with each other now, but I wasn't always like this. My initial first 2 years, I would have my fangs out. I would bite. And when I bit, it really hurt. And then I moved to Philippines, which is a very emotional country. They cry. And they turned me into this really sappy, emotional manager, Like really, they would cry, I'm also crying. But this stint at Philippines lasted for just about a year. But I came out as the champion office mama. You could come to me with any problem, and I credit my incredible 4 young, wide-eyed kids, yeah, there who did it. And on my farewell, you know what they did? They presented a song and dance, Doobie Doobie from Three Idiots. Because they wanted to finally honor that Indian-ness, and because Three Idiots is a huge movie in that country.
Yeah, so I work with a lot of young people, and in a creative industry, there are no rules, there are no timings, there are no barriers. There's a lot of emotional give and take. You're working on something creative. You're so euphoric when you crack something. When something works out. So yes, there is a little bit of mixing up of the professional and the personal lives. And working with young people has shown me this, that if you believe in them, they'll do it. I've always seen this, and I am a boss like that. I have always pushed the envelope in the sense that I've taken a step back. I'll just give the brief. I will test the person, as in how they're going to perform. And really, no one has ever disappointed me, because, I think maybe when we give a brief, or we know we are expecting something, we also know who we are expecting it from and whether they'll deliver or not. So I really believe in the mettle of young people. I believe leaders and mentors should leave them alone, leave them be, let them do their own thing, and they will deliver. I have a very beautiful story to tell you. I was doing a 50-day shoot. It was a non-stop 50-day shoot in Mumbai. And we had a lot of youngsters I had a lot of youngsters in my team. And towards the end of, like, let's say about the 35th or the 40th day, burnout was happening, because it was every day like a grind of 14 to 15 hours of work. And so I had a bit of rebellion in the team, and, some people quit or whatever, or I fired them also, and things like that, because they were not, being punctual and things like that. And this was at Whistling Woods in Mumbai. It's an institution over there. And there was a guard over there. And he had been watching us, because that was our base, and we had been shooting out of there. So he had been watching us, that guard, and he knew that I was in charge of that project and I was running it and all. And he brought this young boy to me who was his nephew from the Gaon, and I was short of an editor in my team, like a film editor, okay? And or an assistant editor rather, not an editor at that point, yeah. And this young boy, fresh from the village, he came to me and I asked him, "Tum kar loge?" And he said, "Yes, ma'am." And this was the interview I had with him. And within 2 days, I showed him the ropes. He picked up the ropes, and that guy, he fulfilled his role so beautifully. And then he went on to become an entrepreneur later in life and had his own studio in Bhopal or somewhere, because he had come from some village near Bhopal. So I feel very proud that, I trusted in him. Of course, there was a need in me also that I needed a person at that time. But the fact that I trusted in him, I let him learn on the job, and I didn't doubt his capabilities just because he was a non-English speaking or, or from the village and things like that. And he performed so beautifully, and later on in life, went and kind of got into the whole profession and became an entrepreneur. I feel very proud about that, I did impact one person's life, at least in my lifetime. So yes, mentoring is a lot about the hard side and the soft side. Nowadays, I think young people, they just need to be heard out, and they need that more than that insta gratification. I think maybe if somebody's listening to them in office and just giving them a bit of advice and, listening to them exactly about their marital problems, or there's a young girl in my office, she sees boys nearly every week. And but it's so sad that in this day and age, in a city like Delhi, I will tell you, her prospective mother-in-law asked her to remove her heels to check her height. Yes. So women, girls living in Delhi, being a master's in literature, are still facing these things. So that is why maybe we have these forums, to still discuss how women are going to become leaders when they are questioned about such things in life at every juncture. So there's still a lot to be done, definitely. And, a lot of mentorship is to be done. My favorite style is also this book you might have read, Who Moved My Cheese, So whenever someone tells me that, I want to quit, I tell them, yes, you must quit. Because if that thought has come in their mind, there has to be a reason for it, right? Something the management is not doing right, something they are not feeling that they are contributing, somewhere they are feeling that, their task has become redundant. So, something must be wrong. So whenever a youngster comes to me with this problem that, I want to quit my job or whatever, I tell them you must quit, and I maybe play the devil's advocate, and I kind of, maybe it's reverse psychology that really works in keeping them back. But I feel that everyone should have that option. You must have that option of quitting when you don't want to continue anymore, or you feel you're not contributing. That, thing that, no, I have to stick it out, what come what may. That is a different kind of a mindset, and maybe in some cases it might be right. But, I would really say that, don't make the job, like Nidhi said, that don't make the job all about yourself. Like, don't make yourself all about the job, rather, be bigger than that.
Okay, so I'll answer this question in two parts. Accenture being such a huge organization, there are already a lot of things happening. So I'll answer that first. And beyond that, personally, how I am trying to manage that, I'll pick it up after that. So equality, diversity, all of that is embedded very strongly in Accenture culture. I mean, it's been ranking among the top in the Bloomberg Gender Equality Index as well. But if you look at the metrics, so yesterday was Women's Day, and these metrics were floating on LinkedIn throughout the day. At the time of hiring, it's the percentage is 52. And as you grow up, right now the overall workforce is 48% are women. But if you look at the managing directors, it's dropped down to 30%. Women are dropping out. Now, what's the reason behind that, right? And similarly, when I was looking at World Bank data some days back, it was a similar situation, right? Across, especially in the APAC region. you know, from the start of the entry of in getting into a corporate versus the middle management versus the senior management and the director, it's dropped down to less than half. I'm sorry if you're getting bored with my numbers but I'm a data scientist, so can't get rid of those. So, right. And then there are multiple programs, and it's very intentional the way we are doing in Accenture. It's significant interventions have been made over the years to make sure it's, you know, at least the number that we reached 48% as well. We have global women mentoring program, and there was a survey, I think it was Lean study, which stated that women are 24% less likely to get the right career advice from senior leaders than men. Why? Right? So that's where this mentoring program is going to help them, because women are, you know, they're free to choose any mentor. It can be male or a female based on their career aspirations in the organization. And then we have community events like Vahini, wherein women get together, we have leadership connects, we have blogs, the extracurricular they are getting into, their hobbies, passions, we keep on posting. You're having a very stressful day, and all of a sudden this wonderful painting pops up. I mean, you just feel so good because women are investing time in their hobbies and passions. And then beyond that, there are multiple, you know, training, unconscious bias training, financial prudence, which is extremely critical. I think we touched upon this topic earlier as well in one of the panels. That's very important. They need to be independent. We have pay parity is 100% right now in most of the locations in Accenture, which is very difficult to observe other places. There have been efforts in that area as well. We had a returning mothers program as well, guiding them. It's a reboot of their career. We focus on making them sure it's ease at work when they get back, tying up with some of the crashes as well, more as a support system, you know. But these are more of the organizational internal aspects that we've been focusing on. Beyond it, being such a huge organization, there's a lot of responsibility you know, as a community program, running community programs as well. So some of them, for example, Unnati, Aram have been some of the initiatives that have been taken. It's more for the weaker sections of the society, wherein you're upskilling women to, you know, come up with entrepreneurial ideas and giving them right internship opportunities. Now, again, as I said, more of an org, and obviously we are involved in all these being part of the organization. Beyond that, at a personal level, the way I try and run my team, and that's because those are some of the things I would want to see in my team members as well as I'm grooming them, are the experiences I have had. Not all of them are good. Learning from those, making sure those are not translated either in me or in any of the future leaders is what I focus on. For example, when I was talking about, you know, growing up the ladder and trying to make sure the pace was at least twice than a lot of others in the organization, I was skipping some of the folks who were senior to me. And there were comments coming in, oh, you don't care about your family, you're just focusing on work. This, when my promotion was getting announced, one of my promotions was getting announced. People try to pull you down. I mean, you need to understand that. You need to make sure other men under you, your counselees, your team members, don't do that to anybody else in the organization. That is what you need to focus on. You need to work towards building a very, very strong value system and the right principles in place. You need to set the right ecosystem around you. And that's how you can help imbibing the right qualities in those. Empathy being one of the super critical element or, you know, quality of a leader that I personally feel is important. So emphasizing on those aspects is very, very important, I feel.
So I will also follow the same format as Namita. First, an organizational perspective, and then I will touch upon my experience as a woman leader. I think from an organizational perspective, one thing that we're really emphasizing on is an intentional pipeline of women. Because, you know, it's good to have, okay, we have 2 women in the boardroom, yay, we are victorious. It's easy to do that, but the larger challenge is building that layer, having a solid layer of women in middle management and senior management. That is what is missing. So what we are trying to do is getting ready women leaders who are actually ready to step up and take that place whenever it opens up for them. And how are we doing this? We are doing this through a lot of grooming sessions, through a lot of training sessions on maintaining work-life balance, on negotiations, on how to negotiate for your salaries, for your pays, right? So multiple things that we are focusing on through these sessions. And one thing that actually came out from a lot of these sessions is women tend to be underconfident. And I personally have gone through this. And Hillary Clinton also said this in one of her interviews, that she's hired a lot of men and women. And the first question that women ask after being hired is, why did you hire me? I thought I was not up for it. And versus a man would say, what took you so long? I'm amazing. So that's the difference. And I personally have gone through that. That when I was getting a promotion, in my mind, I was like, how did I come here? Do I really deserve this? But the fact is that if you've reached that point, you deserve it. You have to share your success story. You don't have to be underconfident about it. So that is one thing. And another thing that we've recently started is a master series. And in fact, we just announced that yesterday itself. The intent of these master series is basically to talk about success stories of women in our organization. You know, that is what is missing. In 2021, I think Jane Fraser became the CEO of Citi. And she was called the first woman CEO of Wall Street, and it was all over the internet. Forbes is talking about it. World Economic Forum is talking about it. Everyone is talking about it. But hello, look at India. We had Chanda Kochar. She became the CEO way before that. So these are the stories people know about her, but why are we not talking about it? So we have leaders within us. Those stories really need to be taken out there. Personally, as a leader, like Medha mentioned, I have also been at a point when I started off as a leader, when I had people reporting to me initially, I would literally bite them off. And it was, it took me a while to get to a point, and that changing moment for me came from one of my team members who actually wrote me a letter on Diwali. And she said, oh, we really love you, this, that, and no matter how scared I am of you, but we love everything you teach us. For me, that one sentence was that, you know, there are different ways of making people learn. You have to be empathetic, you have to be kind. So those, for me, those have been the two things, no matter how, and there will be times when you will be frustrated. There will be times when you will feel that, you know, I might as well just do this task rather than delegating it, because I can do it better and I will do it faster. There will be all those moments. But then the point is, if you don't pass it on, if you don't delegate, if you don't give it to your baby to someone else, how will they grow as a leader? So these are 2, 3 things that I have personally learned through my own experience, through my own journey. And I think a lot of you will eventually find what works best for you through your own journeys and your own learnings. So yeah, that's my.
I think what I'm going to speak is going to be the summary of all of us. So, according to me, empowerment, trust, and empathy are the 3 things, you know, which can provide a healthy environment for our next generation. And I am not talking about just for women or men, you know, it is for everyone. Empower the next generation as a leader. Have faith in their capabilities. Have some trust. Give them enough time to prove themselves. You know, don't do the micromanagement, please. Otherwise, they will never be able to learn how to thrive in ambiguity. Every time, if you're going to handhold them, they will never be able to learn. Empowerment, trust, and empathy. So, in my team,
and talking about, I think one of you have mentioned this, we have a day which is like, we have half an hour, 45 minutes in a month, which is like not a lending stand-up, right? So I head merchant lending division at Pine Labs. So we have called this as a not a lending stand-up. We are not going to talk about any work-related stuff in that 45 minutes. Everyone is going to come talk random shit. जो बोलना है बोलो, जिसको जो fun मस्ती करनी है करो, because we all are still working in the remote environment. We haven't gone back to work. So to connect with your colleagues is very tough in today's scenario when you're working from home. You know, there used to be time when we used to go to office every day. And for me, interacting with my colleagues, my friends, my team member who are there, it was very important, you know, to start my day. What I used to do, you know, so I was telling this story to another friend of mine a few days back. I used to clear my mails at 5:30 in the morning because I had to send my children to school. Then I had to go to gym. And by the time I used to reach office, this was 10. And my manager used to come at work at 8 a.m. So to have that peace of mind for those 2 hours when my children are away, I am at gym or I am driving, I don't want any stress or pressure. So I used to clear up my mails at 5:30. A young girl like you from XLRI joined Tata Docomo, and she checked, and she was in my team. She checked with other people. यार ये सुबह 5:30 बजे मेल्स भेज देती है. Does she expect us also to work at that time? And there was another team member who has worked with me earlier, was not part of my team. He said, no, don't worry. She's just trying to clear her plate. There's no stress on you. Please, you manage your work the way you are doing, right? So some of these are habits which create an impression on them. But at the same time, as I said, and as everyone said here, empathy plays a very major role. It's not that I am working at 5:30, I expect others also to work at 5:30 a.m. in the morning. No, as long as work is happening, as long as deliverables are getting delivered well on time, you manage your time as in a manner you want. And exactly like we said earlier, that it is not just about work. Please take out time for other things in life for yourself. A very critical and important lesson which I want, or you know, not a lesson, but something which you would like to take back, or I want you to take back with you after this session. Please focus on your mental health and your fitness. I don't know how many of you, along with your studies, focus on your physical health. Does any one of you follow any routine? Or it's just only post-grad, books, studies, sessions, submissions? Any of you, any morning walk? Any evening walks? Please. I'm happy to see some hands. High five.
Such an amazing campus. Not going for a run.
Guys, spend some time. Devote some time to your physical and mental health. As long as you're healthy, as long as you're strong enough mentally, you will be able to achieve what you want to do. And honestly, I give this a lot of importance for myself. I am not saying that all stages of life I have followed a pattern. My children were young, 2 year, 3 year. Obviously, I did not get time to go to gym. I used to go to walk after dropping them to 2 years में तो कोई कहाँ ही जाएगा खैर कोई play school नहीं है. So after when they started going to play school, I tried to figure out some time in the morning or evening. After that, when they started leaving for school at 7:15 because they started their proper schooling, I joined gym back. So there is no pattern that which is going to be followed across all stages of life. But please take out some time for yourself. That's very critical. And talking about Pine Labs, women and man ratio is not as great as Accenture or even at your organization. This was picked up as one of the initiatives by our CRO last year. So we have come up with a program which is called WISH, which is Women in Leadership. We are coming up with various initiatives where we are trying to provide them support in terms of upgrading themselves. Or, if some women is at a life stage where she is not ready to take on a front-ending job. So instead of her quitting the job, give her some option that she can take backseat for a few years, right? And this is a very critical point or a very important thing which has played a key role in my professional journey. In spite of having twins, I just took a break for 4 months. So what I spoke about in last conversation, your support system. My mom and my mom-in-law was there, right? Now, when I'm talking about these 4 months break and not taking any break from my professional journey is what has helped me move ahead in my career path. Figure out whenever you are at that stage of life, what best you can do to avoid taking a professional break. There are some circumstances, sometimes you might have to take that for a few months, few years, but try your best how to reduce that. How can you not bring that in? Because what it brings to you is the financial independence as well, what we spoke about. And that's a very critical factor in your life. For all the women here, financial independence will allow you to take critical decisions of your life. So please focus on these things and sky is the limit for you.
So we've heard some very interesting insights from our panelists here. And these support measures that they have just shared with you, organizational issues especially, are some areas where wherever you go, it would be an interesting space to look out for these measures. As far as the measures that they have mentioned, they have been using for mentoring their own mentees, I think these suggestions are gender agnostic. These apply equally to men as well as women present here. And all of you, I think the value of having trust in your subordinates, putting your faith in them, having empathy for them, having, being flexible with their concerns whenever it is required, making sure that you inculcate some value systems in them because they will hold you in good stead going forward. So all these measures are something which don't necessarily apply to just women leaders, but they will also apply to gentlemen leaders. And I think all of them can learn equally from it. The importance of paying attention to your health, because however so great a mind, if the vehicle is not going to move forward, there is nothing that you're going to be able to do, right? So you do need to take care of your health. The importance of productive habits, making sure how and the other thing which I want to say is when you yourself demonstrate these productive habits, you don't have to tell people to do things. I think there is no better teaching than demonstration of these good virtues themselves. And that is what our panelists here were just mentioning. So at this, and all of them, have had diverse paths. Some have taken a break before, some would have taken a break after, but you need to have this belief in yourself to carry forward. And there, I'm reminded of a famous quote by the German thinker. I don't know, you might have heard of it, called Nietzsche. And he's also been quoted by another Austrian psychiatrist called Viktor Frankl, who's well known for his book. And the thing that they say is, if you are clear about your why, you can bear with any how. If you know what you have to do, why you are going to do it, you can figure out any how that comes with it. The other thought that comes to me after listening to these stories is, yes, women hold up half the sky, but the other half is also held up by men, right? And so you need to learn from each other, leverage from each other's strengths, and then grow together because there is enough space for everyone to grow. At this note, I would like to conclude the discussions here and open the stage for questions, if any.
What you said, learn from anyone and everyone around you. It is not necessary that you can learn from your elders only. I have learned so many times from my juniors. I did not know that how to make a business case, honestly speaking, some 7-8 years back. I learned it from my junior, my team member. And I'm very proud of that. So please have this thing in you that it is not necessary that you have to learn only from someone who is senior to you. Someone who is at same level as you, who is your peer, or even who is your junior, can teach you a lesson. And it's not necessarily a professional lesson. It can be any kind of personal learning also.
I mean, we've all been talking about since morning about that support system, right? It's extremely important. We have discussed enough about it. The only point I would want to mention is maybe not everybody would have access to it, or it's enabled for everyone at every point in life. But that's not something that should pull you down. We need to normalize non-linear career curve, guys. Take a break, come back. It's everybody has their own career path, their own aspirations. You don't need to compete with anybody else, compare yourself with anybody else, and usko itna mila, mujhe nahi mila. Guys, at one point in time, my pay was 50% of the others in my peer group. And the reason was because I started low. And why I started low was I was trying to study in an institute where the fees was low because I was under financial pressure. And today I'm earning a lot more than them. Your hard work will pay off. Focus on what is in your hand. When you step out of the रंग दे बसंती डायलॉग दैट कॉलेज के गेट के उस तरफ जिंदगी हमें नचाती है, यहाँ हम नचाते हैं, वो नचाएगी. देयर विल बी अनप्रेडिक्टेबल सिचुएशंस अराउंड यू. कितना नाचोगे, कैसे नाचोगे, वो तुम्हारे हाथ में है. एंड दैट इज व्हाट यू नीड टू कंट्रोल.
Yeah, I wanted to make the very same point, and just wanted to present the flip side of this linear thing that we are all expected to, just do the job or be on the corporate treadmill forever and forever and forever. I have taken many, many breaks in my career. And luckily, whenever I've come back at a vantage point. I've always got the projects that I wanted. So yes, you can take a break. Please don't let anyone tell you that, अभी ब्रेक लिया है तो तुमको फिर आगे नहीं मिलेगा मौका या ये नहीं होगा और वो नहीं होगा. ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता. You have to believe in yourself. And if you're a good worker, things will work out for you. In fact, I worked in Mumbai till about 2010, and then I went back to Delhi, and then 8 years I was there. And that itch was in me, that because so much was happening in Mumbai at that time, all these OTTs were coming up and things like that. And I thought, I've made a big mistake by coming back to Delhi. And in 2018, when my son gave his 10th board, I decided that, I'm going to go back. And I picked up and I went back, and it was God's grace or whatever. I got a stint within like 1 month of being there. My female ex-bosses opened their homes to me, let me live with them for a little while. And I was at a great salary. And, it was everything I wanted, like that, because maybe I had that in my mind that, I had quit in 2010 and, I'd come to Delhi. But that was also a choice that I made, that because I wanted my children and my parents to be together. So there are choices. So there are choices you will make. Stand by your choices, and make those choices for yourself. Don't give anybody else the agency to make these choices for you. And stand by your choices. It'll never disappoint you in the long run.
Any questions? So we'll take 3 questions at once, and then we'll have the panel answer it.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Divyam Agarwal from PGB Batch 2025. First of all, thanks a lot for such insightful discussion. So we have observed that women empowerment is is going on great heights these days, and it will definitely go ahead as well. But I feel that somewhere someone is taking disadvantage of that, where we can see that fake rape cases are going ahead, where females are taking advantage in terms of alimony. And men, on the other hand, even before getting judged by the proper authorities, are being judged in the eyes of society. So, how women leaders, in terms of government and in terms of corporate, can change this kind of mentality of society?
We have another question over here, and I think, yeah, we'll take the third one, and then we'll have the panelists answer it.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Shantan Sinha, PGP Batch 2025. So regarding the mentoring program that you were telling about, so I have a prior work experience in an IT giant, and I came across 2 types of leaders. One who were very much flexible. They were eager to let the freshers take some accountability, learn, make mistakes. And on the other hand, there were leaders who were very much not able to find some find some accountability in the freshers. They are not like giving a chance for the freshers to do one work. They were always putting them on a sideline. So how to deal with this second type of leaders and how to show as a fresher that, yes, I can also do the job. Just give me one chance.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. This is Rajdeep. Thanks for a wonderful discussion on this topic. This question is first to Miss Namita and then all the confident ladies out here. You talked about leadership roles being a mix of feminine and masculine qualities. So this is a gender neutral question. That what advice would you give to the young individuals out here who might lack confidence in pursuing leadership roles?
Shall I answer all three one by one? Okay. Maybe others can add. Oh, okay, sure. Yes. So the first one on the masculine and the feminine side. See, it's more in terms, as I was mentioning during when I was talking about that point as well. A lot of times, unconsciously, we are associating leadership with masculine features. And that is the reason probably women start to lose confidence as well. Because I went through the same, right? When I was, my life journey, when I started, I was from a very confident, positive girl, I turned into, after this dip, turned to a very underconfident woman, right? But the growth and what situations I've been through have broadened that power and the confidence and, the strength that's needed to navigate through this. The best learning is through experiences. The second, I would say, is when you're actually having conversations like this forum, right? Create the network. We have discussed a lot about network as well. The entire day we've been discussing about it. Have conversations with people, understand their leadership style. And while I'm saying masculine and feminine, within this as well, you will see 10 different kinds of leadership style. And this relates back to the question that you asked as well. Somebody is giving opportunity, the other is not. See, the level at which people are, it's very hard to change them, right? People with 45, 50 at that age and 20, 25 years of experience, me with a decade-long experience, I can't change them all of a sudden, right? But at the same time, it's equally important to pass on that message. And that's what you need to build in yourself and your team, your juniors as well, as you grow up the ladder, to at least communicate what you think is right or wrong. And that's where the whole concept of having a very, very strong value system comes in. Set your own principles in place. You don't need to necessarily follow somebody else. People may not give you opportunity at all. Trust me, you'll find n number of folks in the organization. These are not the only two leadership qualities that you see. You have to find the seat for yourself at the table. You have to work towards it. That doesn't mean that you have to be rude, you have to be disrespectful, not at all. But with your skills, with your talent, you need to make sure that it's you getting what you deserve in the team. And trust me, 95% of the time, you won't find that back, right? So you have to work for yourself, own your success, own your failure, don't get discouraged. There would be n number of situations when you do the work. You're just talking about opportunity. Trust me, there will be a number of situations when you are doing it, somebody else is taking the credit. How would you handle it? It happens. It's corporate. And when you go and talk to people, it's like, ye to hota rehta hai. Bhai, kyun hota rehta hai? And you need to work towards bringing that change. Because if you also say ye to hota rehta hai, aapke aane wali 10 generation bhi wahi karegi. Right? So focus on that part. I forgot the first question. I was writing it down, but my handwriting is horrible, so I can't read my own handwriting.
I'll take that.
Okay, all right.
So, this is interesting because I also learned about it while studying a lot to prepare for today's session. A few years ago, Rockefeller Foundation had conducted its own research among 800 companies that had very strong DEI programs. And the finding was that white men come out of it crying because they feel that they're being punished or they're deliberately being tricked to feel bad. And apparently, the program designer said that this is indeed their idea. They want these old white men to feel bad. And that is why they're painted as a bit of a villain. What is the impact? The impact is definitely not good because, you are pitting now two sides against each other, and that leads to more toxicity. So I think it's a fine balance to find in the job of getting women the equity. Men have to be allies. They are not bad men, right? I, in my entire career, have probably come across one or two really toxic men, but and similar number of women as well, right? So the moment you start looking at the other side as an enemy, that's where the problem is, right? I don't know what I can do to change the society. It's as much your worry as mine, yeah. But I guess in all our little circles, we try and not to create competition or this toxicity when it doesn't need to exist. So looking at things like or thinking about resources just as resources, with everybody needing a personalized development plan or a custom growth path might be a better way to answer it, rather than what do women need versus what do men need, because that really creates a divide. And why is it that people will need different things, right? At least in terms of hard skills to get to the next level. On the question about micromanagers, this is life. You're going to come across all kinds of bosses. And it's not just bosses. You're also going to come across people who don't really like you, right? So I guess, like what was being said, two things will help. One is with a manager who is really causing a lot of stress and pressure with wanting to micromanage you, have an honest conversation. Yeah. Tell them how you're feeling. If you don't voice it, how on earth will they know that their methods are a problem? I've had this once. I had a manager who was very insecure himself. I took a long time to understand that, right? But in the first week when I joined there, I was pretty senior already at that point of time. He kept telling me, oh my God, there's a lot of reorg going. My job is secured. You are new. Tumhara job to jayega. Yeah. And I took that for 1 week. And then I had to tell him, look, I don't respond to fear. You have to stop this. And he got it, right? Because he actually had some other intentions, but he did not really phrase his words correctly to me. And it rubbed me the wrong way. And every day it was reinforcement. So sometimes managers don't even know that they have problematic traits. So you have to set your expectations right? And you have to tell them that these are the issues that I'm having, and tell me how can I make myself compatible. How can we have more compatible working styles? And you don't need to become friends. You just need to exist with them in the workspace. Outside the work, who cares? Yeah.
I'd just like to add to that. So, again, in that there will be two kinds of managers. One who will take criticism positively. Then there is another set, and I have personally experienced this. When I voiced my opinion to my manager, he told me, I'm not here to impress you. So you will have those people also who cannot accept criticism. But in that case, what do? So you try. And if it's really not working out, like for me, it didn't really work out, then I voice my opinion to others, right? But of course, you have to voice your opinion, whether it is to your immediate manager or to people around. If you're facing a certain challenge and you feel that you're not getting the opportunity, right? To prove yourself, you need to get the opportunity. The opportunity is not going to come and knock at your door. You have to create the opportunity for yourself. So that's the way to go.
So I'd just like to address your question in two ways, in two very different ways. One is that I really wish young people would read a little bit more about our mythology. Like we all know that yesterday was Mahashivratri and Women's Day. And you must have all seen all these, creatives which equated Shiva with Shakti. And it's just a suggestion for you to take or not to take. But if you go deep into mythology, you will learn many, many lessons, which will make you mentally very strong. And, which will clarify many mysteries for you without really answering it in like maybe a corporate jargon. So these are some things that I have imbibed in my life, And the second thing I want to say is that for both masculine and feminine leaderships to exist, for women at least, representation is extremely important. So being from the media, I know this, that, if there's a Sex in the City and, people might say, oh, it's got vulgar content, or, if there's a Viredi wedding and my own son says, Mama, it's such shit, pseudo feminist kind of a movie. How can you like this, being a feminist? So, but there is all kinds of representation. There is good representation, there is bad representation, but the representation must be there of women out there for people to see, because it's very, very important. I myself, like when I took that second stint in Mumbai, I was watching television and Shah Rukh Khan was doing a TED talk with a 50-year-old doctor, a lady doctor, who at 50, she was in the armed forces. Her husband was also a doctor. But at 50, she decided that, I've supported my husband enough or whatever, or maybe he had taken retirement. And at 50, she joined the United Nations as a doctor and went to Africa and things like that. And, I got so inspired by that, I said that I must also kind of, if I want to do something, I must go out there and do it. So representation really matters. So step forward, be heard, be visible, don't take a back seat, don't be shy of the spotlight. So that's all I want to say.
Just one last thing. You're also an internet forward generation, right? Please don't look for solutions in online forums. Yeah. Half of them have their own agenda, own bias, and they don't know who you are, what background you have. So relying on Reddit, Quora, do it, but do it with caution. You will receive really bad advice there. Yeah. Things that can really set you off. So be careful on that front as well. It's much better to have your own peer group of people who are at similar life stage in similar companies, industries, or your very extensive alumni network to come back and talk to, because they've been there, done that. Folks on Reddit haven't. Yeah. Thank you.
And being from PR industry, I can tell you a lot of Quora and Reddit is PR driven.
I think the question asked by that gentleman was not addressed.
I recall it. That's the reason I picked up the mic now. I recall the question. The question was, when there are certain situations, yeah, exactly, people are taking advantage of those programs. It's actually not, see, it's all about the perception. And I can completely relate to the question, because few days back, I was having a similar conversation with one of my team members. So there was a girl, there was a guy, and we were discussing about placing one of them on one of the projects. And obviously, when you're in consulting setup, your chargeability, all these metrics are super critical, right? Just to make sure that you are relevant in the organization. And it becomes a big question, right? Who are you actually putting it onto that one? And the guy was like, and we were having a one-on-one conversation. And somehow he made that comment, okay, even if she doesn't get onto it, usko Accenture nahi nikalega because she's a woman. What the hell? This doesn't exist. It's all about the talent, right? And it's just the perception. And because of that, even if you grow up the ladder, when you become an MD, there could be a lot of people around you thinking that because you're a woman, you've been promoted to the managing director level. And there was an article in HPR which clearly said gender equity is not about having an equal count in the workforce, right? Men and women. It's about the talent, right? And that is the most important factor. You have to work on creating a niche for yourself. Start identifying what are your strengths, work towards enriching your skills, your experience, your learning, as I said, those 4-5 parameters, right? Intellectual, social, cultural, emotional, psychological, all of this is extremely important for a leader. If you're working on that, you will reach that level. There is not, even if you're mentoring them, and that is because of the stat I was quoting, women are getting 24% lesser guidance from senior leaders. There are studies conducted on it. That's the reason we are enabling with those mentoring programs. That doesn't stop men to have conversations and identifying their mentors in the organization. Nobody is stopping them, right? So we are enabling it for women because they are less confident is what we have assessed. But you are free to do that. Even as a man, you can do it. So it's not, no unfair advantage is being taken. It's all finally based on talent, your skills, what value you bring to the table, and focus on building that rather than thinking about the element that we just talked about. And trust me, even if that happens, it's so dynamic environment. Even if you reach that level because of this quota, if you think that exists, which I know it doesn't, the second day the person needs to survive at that level. The person is not able to survive, they don't have the talent, will be out of the organization. I have seen that happening across levels. So it's not a quota, it's the talent, and these are just the enablers to make sure people are getting opportunities to learn and upskill, not to get to the next level immediately because of the quota.
So I hope that kind of answers your question. Yeah. Maybe just to add to a little bit and in response to that question, because that's quite interesting, I would say that deviousness and diabolical conduct is not the exclusive reserve of men. But for centuries, it has been normally the shoe has been on the other foot. And I think when the percentage of these cases rise, law will follow and you will see, equal protection on both sides. So I think I'll just like to end with that. And should we call it a day and hand over to the team? Thank you so much. Thank you to all the panelists.
Thank you, panelists, for your insights. I would like to request Professor Nidhi Sharma to felicitate the guests with a token of appreciation. Ms. Medha Sarkar. Ms. Meeta Kapoor. Ms. Namita Khurana. Ms. Namrata Diwan. Ms. Shalini Shingari. I would now like to invite Professor Rashmi Shukla to felicitate our moderator, Professor Nidhi Sharma.
As we conclude this enlightening session, let's extend our appreciation to the panelists. I would now request all the panelists to stand for the photograph.
The audience to listen to us so patiently. You guys are here since morning. We are here for just an hour. Saturday evening, and they are boring you guys.
We would now request our panelists to take the seat in the audience while we start with our valedictory ceremony. I would now like to invite Ms. Aditi Hingu to deliver the valedictory note.
Thank you. Good evening, namaskar. First of all, let me express my gratitude. It has been such a wonderful day. So big thanks to the director, Dr. Kakani, Dr. Rashmi, all the moderators, Professor Arunima, Professor Anubha, Professor Nidhi, Girish, and Abhik and his colleagues. It has been such a wonderful day and you've been a wonderful audience. So thank you so much. Honestly, when I did my MBA, I doubt if I or any of my batchmates were as well behaved. Honest confession. When I go from here today, the two things that are going to stay with me, two emotions are going to be joy and a lot of learning. Why joy? When I did my MBA long back, Anjani, in fact, referred to it in the morning. She was a batch senior to me, but her batch, she mentioned, had less than 10% women. My batch had 220 something men and 22 girls. Assuming 1 in 20 becomes the CEO, we are talking of 1 woman CEO from my batch and 20 men CEO. From that point to a point here where 60% of the batch is women is such a huge improvement. And why is that 60% number important? You will only have gender equality in the corporate. You will only have women leaders, diversity in leadership when you have a hiring pool which is diverse. If I have to hire for my organization from a batch of 200 men and 20 women, obviously this hiring will be skewed towards men. Simple, basic logic. But when we come to a campus like yours, which is a beautiful campus, and we see such a diverse group, it enables the organization to pick up the person irrespective of the gender who is best suited for the job. And as more women enter the workforce, the chances of them advancing to middle management and senior management and leadership positions increase. In India today, I think the statistics say about 33% of the labor workforce is made up of women. That is women over the age of 15 who are either in employment or looking for employment. The global average is 48%. As we go up the leadership ladder, less than 5% of CEOs are women. And there are a lot of reasons why women fall off. But the first reason is there are just not simply enough women candidates to recruit from, which is why to see a ratio here is so encouraging. The other thing that I really want to emphasize on, and I think all the panelists put it together so beautifully. In fact, Professor Nidhi said it very beautifully. If women are holding up half the sky, men are holding up the other half. So women's equality, diversity, inclusion does not mean that we hate men and men hate us. No, it simply means the best person for the right role. Choose, hire, develop, retain, mentor, promote based on merit. And there have been barriers which have held women back. Break those barriers. A lot of those barriers are societal barriers. A lot of time the barriers are in our mind. In fact, again, the last panel spoke of something which is called the imposter syndrome. Half the time when women get a promotion, the first thought is, how did I get it? The man, if he gets a promotion, will think, yaar, 2 saal pehle milni chahiye thi. It's just a different way of thinking. And more women than men are guilty of this imposter syndrome. As long as we recognize it, we can address it. So it's important to address some of these biases. I'll talk personal story of a bias that I never realized that I was addressing till 20 years later. So I was fresh out of campus and I was based in rural Punjab. And basically I was selling kheti badi ka saman to kisan bhaiyo. So ek to there was this huge novelty factor that there is a woman who is doing rural sales. And Dr. Surbi in the morning mentioned that when she won her elections, the view was that because she is this educated MLA, she will be sitting in Lucknow and not be in the constituency. The view about me was that because I'm a woman, some boss sitting in Bombay in his wisdom has decided to put a woman in rural Punjab, I will not last. I lasted. The team learned to accept me. We worked well together. Then I took chutti because I had to get married. Went, got married, chutti got over, came back to the same territory, this time chuda and mehendi. And the impression that everybody there got, the sales officers reporting to me, my distributor Bansal ji, who was a very, very, very good distributor, extremely protective about me because he felt, 122-year-old is here in rural Punjab. I have to take care of her. So Gupta ji and his wife, I used to call her Bhabhi ji, they all thought I have married this one loser in life. इतनी पिटी हुई कि नई नवेली दुल्हन शादी करके चूड़ा पहन के वापस वही खेती बाड़ी में घूम रही है, किसानों को कह रही है लीडर खरीद लो, मिचटी खरीद लो, ये खरीद लो, वो खरीद लो. Obviously, her husband is good for nothing because otherwise, why would she be doing this? And no amount of convincing worked to tell them that, look, this is my decision I want to do. This is a career I've chosen for myself. Anyway, baat khatam ho gayi. I moved on and life took its course. About 18 years later, I went back to the same. So I was based in an area called Devigarh, which is off Patiala. I went back there, called up Gupta ji, went to meet him. And Gupta ji's daughter was doing her master's in management. And he tells me, ki, madam, aapko dekha na. And as my daughter was growing up, we thought of you. And we realized it. Yes, a woman can in a way have it all. You can have a career, you can get married. You have to make choices. And that's when I realized that sometimes by our simple actions, you can, in your own sphere of influence, your limited sphere of influence, you can make a difference for the better. So I would urge all of you to see how can you make a difference for the better. The other thing that I learned today, and I'm sharing some of my top learnings with you, is we are not adversaries. Men and women are not enemies. So we have to work as a team. And when you work as a team, again, we are bringing in two different viewpoints. But we also have a lot of similarities. So there are male students and female students, point of difference, but point of similarity, all students, all doing MBA, all from the same institute, possibly similar age group, possibly all of you love spending time on Instagram, Netflix. So our commonalities are a lot more than our differences. Accept the commonalities, embrace the differences, it will make for a richer professional, a richer person. Second, kindness, empathy, compassion never goes out of fashion. Be kind to yourself, be kind to others in your circle. Men, women, papa, mummy, bacche, colleagues, bosses, mentors, neighbors, strangers. Kindness is one of the best attributes you could have. Leadership with empathy, collaboration, not competing, are some of the lessons which are true not only for an enriching professional career, also very, very true for a good personal life, makes you grow as an individual. Every time you see representation on TV ads, step back and see how the women are being portrayed. You will see a bunch of your age group people pick up any snack ad. Bunch of your age group people watching Netflix or TV, big 50-inch screen, an ad. And the boys are basically on the couch and one of the girls will open the popcorn ka packet and serve it around. One of the girls will carry a tray of juice. These are all inherent stereotypes in our head. As you become conscious, you can try and break them. Will change happen overnight? No, change will not happen overnight. Today, women make up about 30% of the world's small and medium businesses. But only 1% of global sourcing is from women-led firms. And I think Janki alluded to that when she said in many organizations, she is still the only female vendor. It is a societal bias we have to fight. Do that, make the world a better society, have fun in the process. Last thought, when you all go back to your houses, see how much of this stereotyping are you guilty of. Just look at your mother with fresh perspective and see how much of unpaid work she does at home without asking for any appreciation, for any recognition. Just look back at your own behavior and see, do you take her for granted? Try and change that, because change begins at home. Yeah. Wish you all the very best. Do well. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the compelling insights. I now invite Professor Rashmi Shukla, Chairperson Placements, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Yes, good evening, everyone. We started in morning and it's time to close the session. First of all, my sincere gratitude towards all the top women leaders who, on our request, simply compromise their weekend and they are here with us to share their wisdom. So thank you so much. Again, one more round of applause for them. Thank you so much. And it's definitely with the vision of our top management, whom we call our director, sir, Professor Ramkumar Kakani, our Dean External, Professor Satyasiva Das, our Dean Academics, and the entire administration support that let this thing happen. And my placecom, so my placement team, students from first years, student from second year, they have been day in, day out, dedicated finally this event to happen. So it's we do 3 flagship summit every year. So we do conduct leadership summit, HR summit, and Shaktirath. So for each summit, the team spent close to 3 months, day in, day out, to make this a grand success. So again, a huge round of applause for them. Then we have our career development and placement office. So we have Surya Narayanji, who is our placement consultant. We have Girishji, who is our corporate relation officer. And we have Mr. Vaishak. I think is he around? And Anushri and Bishaka, she has recently been shifted to another department. So this is a team that day in, day out handles the administrative task and do these interdepartment transactions and dealings within in-house part. So their support is definitely something that we would like to thank them on this day. Then our administration support that we have received from CAO, and then most importantly, this won't be a such wow thing if our other student committees could not have contributed. So it's the IT committee, it's the media and public relations committee, okay, and I will say it's the pixel team out here who is clicking the photos out, right? So, and then we have many more who have been knowing directly and indirectly contributing to the success of this event. So I would like to thank each one of them who is involved in this, in the success of this event. And my dear students, they sometimes they crib about that they have been asked to sit here for the entire day. But see, once we have been talking about this, that once you move out of this world, this comfort zone, the world is not going to be this amazing. The world is going to be very different. And this entire day, today we had spent and we have heard wonderful speakers and their life stories and the way they have overcome certain not only stereotypes, but how they have evolved themselves. So it's they although they were telling a story from a women's side, but there's too much to learn to all the men who are with, to all you boys and girls. This learning was not only for females. Okay, we although we are celebrating the success for women leaders, because there is a rationale for that we've already discovered. But there are many things to be learned for both boys and girls here in this room. Is how you together are going to consciously take certain choices, and then there's no shortcut to hard work, right? So this is something that I keep on telling you whenever we meet, that the amount of investment that you're going to do, okay, not only in terms of time, but also your mental and intellectual capabilities that you're going to develop during your 2-year MBA program is going to stay with you forever. So, and also how you are going to behave, how you are behaving right now, how you are, rather than competing, doing the collaboration and making others learn in a process. So these things are going to help you become a better, not only a better individual, but a better professional person, that who is going to not only take care of his need or her need, but also will encourage others to join. And it will, so the thing that from where I started in this morning, where I spoke that it's not about simply diversity or ending gender numbers out there. It's about equality. It's about equal opportunity. It's about not only for one set of people in society, but it's about everyone. And yes, talent is what going to get the advantage. It's not you coming from some specific gender or specific social strata. That's not going to make you different. What's going to make you different and what's going to pay you off is your talent that you are going to earn and develop during your 2 years here, and the time that you're going to start very soon. Post your interns, you all of you are joining summer interns. So you have to prove yourself worthy of it. And I keep on telling that all of you are IIM brands. Huh? You carry that brand with you. And I heard it, Aditi madam here just shared. Huh? So she would, all of them have been appreciating that you are one of the well-behaved group. So I didn't tell them the other side. So, but yes, so just carry what you are, you are IIM Raipur. So the institute belongs to you. You're going to carry this when you're going to join your summer internship. You're going to carry this throughout your life. Okay, so when I'm saying that, yes, we have 60% of females in our batch, but it also means that the rest, it's for the IIM Raipur is for both boys and girls here, right? So you have to develop yourself to the mark that, yes, you are someone who is going to make a difference, not only in your life, but in others' life as well. So with this note, I would like to thank you, each and every person who has contributed tirelessly to make this event a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. This Women's Day Summit has been incredibly insightful and enriching.
Our heartfelt thanks to all our panelists, the moderator, and each one of you present here. Your contributions have made this event truly special. On behalf of Shaktirath 2024, thank you for your time and valuable insights. Let's continue to rise, and break barriers.
We will see you next year.
Students, wait for 2 minutes. You may leave now.